Oops. Oh my god, my laptop's so slow. Mm. Yeah, that's something I'm not ready for.
Production master.
Hmm. Wait, I think I have something like this. I think I finished it. Yeah, that was me. Yeah. No. No, you were asleep. Mm-hmm. Never know it's me. Never know it's me. Said you never know it's me. Mm. Mm. No, you didn't. You didn't. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Uh-uh. Uh-uh. You did it. You didn't. No, you didn't. You didn't. Huh? What? Your skin's clear. Yeah, it is. Oh, I see what you're talking about. Yeah, I mean it's not bad though. You might be old and wrinkly. I do. Yeah, I do. What the hell? Bye. You do care. No. Yeah, they're not getting old. They're getting old. They're not looking old. I was just asking because I was being nice. All right, like we don't gotta turn this into a weight thing. No, that's not what it is. I told you what it is. No, no, there's nothing to do with the house. If you don't remember, then it's okay. If you don't remember, then it's okay. If you don't remember, then it's okay. The hell was that? No, it's nothing to do with outside. Huh? I guess. Look at Shotty Bay. Look at Shotty Bay. Mm. Huh? With what money? Uh, Mr. Beast. You can dream high, but huh? I'm not your op. I'll keep you grounded. Yeah, that's what I do. Huh? I was going to, but don't even know it's in there. Y'all already used like 4 dishes already? You already used like 4 dishes already? Yeah.
Get going.
It was like, what are you doing? I already washed the dishes. It was like,
No, you'll end up in a
yeah, I
psychiatric
used some. I'm like, you already, what do you mean? Like, it was like 2 cups, 2 bowls of the fucking pot. I'm like, damn. I washed the dishes. Oh, bye. No. Bye. Bye. Goodbye. Because you don't want me to do shit. Like, at all. You want me to stay away from the kitchen. Kitchen bad. You're man. Yeah, alright. Okay. But if it's like in there for like the. But if it's like in there for the whole week and it's like just there. You got the macaroni and cheese, you got the 3 plates below it, and then y'all use all of the silverware like all the damn time. And y'all have like 4 cups or whatever. And then you got cups and stuff outside of the dish rack that's still dirty. So I'm like, y'all even wash this shit? There are some fucking bowls where it's like they still got shit in it. I'm like, so I gotta rewash those too. Huh? You can get the stains out though.
I don't think I've ever had a patient who fell in love with a corpse. Get going. I don't think I've ever had a patient who fell in love with a corpse. fell in love with a corpse. I don't think I've ever had a patient who fell in love with a corpse.
Let's see how it sounds without the changes. It probably just doesn't need to be touched, to be honest with you. Maybe the high end.
I don't think I've ever had a patient who fell in love with a corpse. Get going.
It's a lot of high end, but it's okay, I guess. Hmm. It's the timing of the beat or the sample. Slower. I might just need to scrap this one or find a different drum pattern. Yeah, don't know. Getting hot. It's getting hot. 27. Let's see, 26. Still don't know what to do about 27. What's this? Oh, okay. Oh, that's done. 25. What you want? Is the mic on? Oh, it is. Okay. How do I do that? I see. I see. I like. Ooh, that sounds clean. Let me hear it. Oh,
Now for a break.
no. I'm gonna start singling out it. So, I'll do it again. Do it again. A little space in between. So, it's not exactly on the line. Mm-hmm. Hear it all together. Oh, what? How can I make that little infinite? Oh no, little infinite thing right here. Like, I need to read. I need to make a. Need to get a brain. How about we just stop it right there? Like, this is a very mediocre job. chop the snare multiple times. What's that? Like 1, 2, 3, real fast. Maybe. I don't know. Ooh, I can do it at the end. I know exactly what I'm doing. Yeah, I'm doing that. Pick another one. Hmm. Controller terminal. Leave it alone. You're probably the reason why it won't work. Move. Eric, I will beat you up. Oh, it's unplugged. That's what it is. I'm done. still got me burning. All you do is fly. Matter of fact, give me that toe. Come here. Yeah. Look at you, ain't got no tail. Oh wow. I just see if Rathalos even does any poison damage because it's kind of insane. does do poison. Actually, I should have broken his wings since he likes to use that more than his tail. Thank God, Jesus Christ.
Neo.
Work a week?
I work
part-time?
about anywhere between 33 to 40 hours a week.
So, I mean, you're kind of approaching the world of full-time mostly.
Yes, for the main part, yes.
Somewhere. What kind of vacation are you going on?
That one is more so using the benefit within the card. So that one is actually going to be refunded whenever doing it. Because I recently got...
What?
So
What
I
is it?
recently got engaged. So with...
Congratulations.
Yeah, so with the program on that card there, whenever you apply with...
Let me review.
I've seen you say a lot of the things I tried to say to him in the past, and he didn't listen to me because he didn't want to. And that being makes me feel a bit better, seeing that I'm not crazy. I'm not the Beyonce.
This is Sam, 27, from Midlothian, Texas, and this is Financial Audit.
That is a city I've never heard of, but that's okay. What do you do there for a living?
I do a combination of different things, actually. So I'm both a voice actor
Oh,
and
it's the
actor,
actor.
as well as a substitute teacher in order to kind of help fill in the blanks. As some people would be aware that acting doesn't always pay the bills all the ways.
Yeah, especially in Texas.
In Midlothian, Texas. It's
Like it's a full-time job.
Yeah.
We're slamming those bad boys out on LinkedIn. We're like, boom, apply, boom, apply, boom, apply. That was 3? Cool. That's what you did before breakfast. Then we're applying through breakfast. Then this is crazy. If you're, what's your hourly per teacher?
my hourly per teacher. So they don't give me an hourly, but daily it's 135.
135. Okay, cool. So you worked 3 days. You worked 3 days last month. 3 days. Cool. That leaves us, and then it looked like you worked 1 day voice actor. Cool. And then you had some Zell money come in. Where'd that come in from?
So different things. So I also do high profile character acting.
Uh,
So that is individuals who dress up as characters, whether they be established characters or a kind of loose blank slate.
yeah.
So, you know, people who dress
Filmed?
up as... no, so they're for private events and parties. So,
Who'd you dress up as?
So around Christmas time, so in December, whenever there's not as many teaching jobs, I have, you know, I'm the Grinch for different things, but I've also done stuff
Jim
on...
Carrey version?
Yes, more of a Jim Carrey style.
Go on.
Oh, well, just at events, people contact my...
I would like to hear.
Oh, you would like to hear? Well, are you sure you want to hear Sarah? I mean, I don't know if you've quite been nice enough for an individual party or entertainment, but I know I am fabulous. So yes, honor me. I guess I can regale you just a bit. Fine.
That's funny. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. You could honor your parents by working more, but
Yes.
that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I think with the whole costume and everything, that'd be pretty cool.
Yes. No, it's a full makeup and regalia that we take care of.
So you did that once.
I believe in December, whenever it came in with what you have, yes,
300.
it would have showed. Yes, that would have been once. And
Okay,
then
so I have a
did
total of
2
5
more.
days working.
So and then I
Cool.
did 2
So
more.
we had, what is there? There's 31 days there. So 26 days. We had 26 days to apply for jobs like it's a full-time job.
Mhm.
We worked 4 or 5 days. 5 days out of 31 days. Yeah, I'm not just saying, wow, I did not hear back from jobs because I applied to 2 a day. I'm sorry. I mean, I want to be sympathetic. There are things to be sympathetic about always, but I just gotta immediately when you're coming in here and you want to just lay that down as like a sympathy play, or you actually think that's like your reality and why you're not getting ahead. I need to stomp that out immediately. I need to make sure that's not even close to true. This has way more of your control on it than you are allowing yourself, than you are vocalizing. Saying I'm not hearing back, but you're only applying to 2 jobs a day when you worked 5% of the month, 10% of the month. Come on, that's right.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So we got there again, roundabout. Let's look at some of your statements. Let's see what's going on here. So this is interesting. This is a different situation than we normally have on this show, which I can appreciate. You pay off your credit cards,
Yes.
which okay. You're not a financial disaster,
No.
but you're someone who doesn't want to live at home at 27, but lives at home and is dependent on mommy and daddy, which I'm sure are lovely people. That's great.
yes.
And it's okay supporting people that are falling on hard times too, but it's like, been there for a second.
Yeah.
Let's not. So $330 spent. Makes me a little nervous because that immediately becomes a third of your paycheck that came in last month across everything. Oh, where did it all go instead of saving up for a future apartment? Where did it go? Where did it go?
Yeah.
There's not a single item on here that's not. Every single thing is highlighted. Bull. Source Elements, hopefully that's for the voice. Better be
Yes.
for the voice.
It is.
Sonic Drive-In, definitely not for the voice. Sonic Drive-In, an Apple purchase of some kind, subscription. Some Ticket Summer, $46. Antone's Meet and Eat, free play arcade. Certainly wasn't free. It was $12.98, and then he did it again, so definitely not free. Taco Casa, Sonic Drive-In, Funimation Productions, probably one of those subscriptions that you're using to study. Free played arcade, certainly not. Apple Bill, and more Sonic Drive-In. First of all, you're picking like the worst fast food place out of all the fast food places that exist in the fast food world. So there was no charged interest this year or no fees so far. So that's okay.
Correct.
This is going to be a spending issue, not a major debt issue.
Yes.
That, oh, the world's against me. Oh, I can't move out because I'm not making enough. Oh, because people aren't applying. People are not accepting me and doing interviews and stuff like that. Dude, you just went and spent a third of your income, going out to eat. We got to take some responsibility.
Yeah. No, I mean, with information right there, I can't really argue with that one.
No, you can't. I would have freaked out if you did. Okay, and then here's the remaining of your income spent, $619. A vacation package? How are you going on vacation if you can't afford to live somewhere? What kind of vacation are you going on?
That one is more so using the benefit within the card. So that one is actually going to be refunded whenever doing it. Because I recently got...
What?
So
What
I
is it?
recently got engaged. So with...
Congratulations.
Yeah, so with the program on that card there, whenever you apply with that card, they basically give you the vacation package, and of course, the way that they make their money is they hold the money, they invest it, whatever, and then once you go in, you listen to their spiel, they refund the money back to you.
Oh, jeez. Timeshare thing?
Yep.
Are you going on vacation?
Within the next year, yes. So
Where?
It'll probably be down to one of their packages, so it'll probably be down to Galveston.
Fun fact. you're gonna go spend money while you're there. You're
Mhm.
gonna go out to eat more. You're gonna get trinkets.
Yep.
Buddy, I would try to go on vacation from my family's house in terms of living somewhere else.
Mhm.
Have you ever moved out?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Whenever I was at school.
You paid someone for Tasker on TaskRabbit. Unless that's a subscription to TaskRabbit for you to do tasks.
That one I actually didn't know about.
You don't have much money to not know where a $25 purchase is going. Earthstones? Thones?
Earth tones.
Tones, gosh. In and Out, disgusting. Breaking Brew, Cotton Patch, Andy's Frozen Custard, Takara Japanese, Chick-fil-A, Andy's Frozen, and Panda Express.
Yep. Eating
That's all
out.
bull. There's a little bit of gas in here, but other than that, it was bull. And that's all of our money.
Yep.
Now you're engaged. This changes. This drastically changes what's. Okay, student loans, right?
Yes.
Okay. We have now. This is your only debt, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
Correct. It is my only debt. Everything else is paid off.
$8,464. This is a provider of federal student loans. Is this federal student loans?
Yes, but with the federal student loans, then sell it off to another company.
Well, this is just who's essentially managing it.
Yes.
In a way, that's kind of how you can look at it in the most simplistic form. What's the minimum monthly payment?
Minimum monthly payment. I actually don't remember that because I always pay a little bit more. So I believe I'm paying 105. I believe it's 105.
Why are you paying more?
Just to make sure that that outrageous interest that they have on it is not.
What is
hitting
the
as much.
outrageous interest? I do not see.
So I believe it is 14.5%.
These are not federal student loans. This is
You
a
would think.
private student loan.
Yeah. Well, at least that's the percentage of it. It's been that. I signed it whenever I was, 18. Didn't quite understand it. And
Yeah, this is basically like a Sally Mae bullshit. Mohila? Haven't seen them, but I've heard of them. Hasn't been anyone on the show with them, though. Basically, one of Sally Mae's heads sticking out. 14%?
somewhere around there.
Yeah, that is not federal student loan. You're right, this could be sold off and transferred somewhere else. Okay, Chase, $647. And you barely have any living costs, but even still, it's like, that's a little low. And this is going to paying off cards, right?
Yeah.
And making payments. Yeah, but what's your car?
My car. Are you just talking about
Your vehicle, vroom vroom.
Yeah. It's a 2015 Nissan Sentra.
And it's paid off.
Yes, completely paid off.
How many miles? Nissan 15?
Just went over 100,000.
Dude, transmissions, man.
Mm-hmm.
My friend has a very similar car,
Mm-hmm.
Nissan, right around that year, and I had one as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I just paid a few months ago, about 6 months ago, I believe. At this point, I just paid $2,000 to have some major work done on it because it was having issues.
So we probably need a car fund going on because I don't have confidence in that. You have savings anywhere or retirement anywhere?
Directly standard, no. However,
What the does that mean?
I have a interesting collection that I've slowly been, over many years as being a child. I have an old video game collection, and so I've been looking
So
at
you do
that.
not have retirement or savings.
No.
You have a
Well, I have
collection.
I have a 401k through a company.
How much?
It's not worth mentioning.
How
'cause
much?
Last time I checked, I think it only had maybe 150, 200 that had been put into it. Because that was with the company that fired me.
$100.
That was with the company or they didn't fire me. They had to let me go because they were cutting costs, so they said.
If we're living at home as an adult, we're at least investing hopefully thousands of dollars a month because your needs are basically nothing.
Yeah, if I was making thousands.
Which you could. It's always easier said than done to go get a job, but you're doing nothing. And even for the jobs you have, you're choosing not to work as much as you could. You could. You're choosing not to. From everything you said and every answer I've been able to get out of you, you could.
Yeah.
Okay, so with this engagement situation, how does the overall financial picture look? We just got engaged?
Relative about
When's the marriage?
we're pushing it back at the moment.
Why?
Both my financial situation and my fiance's.
Oh.
Yeah.
How much income's coming on the other side?
I'm not 100% sure what hers is.
You guys
right
haven't
now.
talked?
We've talked a little bit, but
Yeah, we need to talk a lot a bit.
Mhm.
Finances are the number one cause of divorce in this country.
Mhm.
That's not something we go dry into, man.
no,
No, we're spitting up that conversation. This is, you can't just raw dog marriage, man.
no.
No, I'm saying that as a professional in marriage who's never gotten married. But financial statistics, we get with divorce and stuff like that, and you should at least know how much the other person makes and how much. Do you know how much debt they have?
They have no debt.
Okay, so it's just another spending issue type thing. What's their living situation?
They're also with their family at the moment.
Oh, me. Every way whatsoever. How'd you guys find each other?
We actually found each other through a
Basements.com?
not quite
That was mean,
basement.
I'm sorry.
I mean, if we want to put it like that, I mean, I guess it's what addicts.com. No, through some mutual friends.
Oh, that's cute. That's always fun. I always told my friends, go find me some dates. They're like, the only people we know are our own friends that I'm already friends with. So it's just like, it never happened. But that's cool. Good for you guys. I'm happy you guys are engaged. Not thrilled that both of you live at home. What's the age of this other person?
23.
Okay. It's more reasonable because, move in a little bit after college where you're getting your feet settled and stuff like that. And again, I really don't have an issue with staying at home. It's more Western culture to just kind of move out, and especially American. It's just like, get out. But it's like, you said you want to move out, but you're also choosing not to because you're choosing not to work. So it's just like, how many times has this marriage been delayed? When were you guys supposed to be married?
We were originally planning on, February, March.
Oh,
yeah.
When is it delayed to now?
Probably middle of the year, maybe July-ish.
So is it like paying for the wedding? Is that the main issue?
Yeah.
Well, you're never going to be able to, not like this. I
No,
mean,
yeah,
it's worse than ever in terms of your spending, in terms of having money. Like, you're not drowning in debt by any means. I mean, the private student loans is death, insanity, kill me. But
Yep.
it's not like this doesn't magically change with the way you're going down and being able to pay for the wedding unless she's doing something, unless parents are stepping in of some kind, which I assume not from this conversation. Why don't you guys just go to the courthouse, get married, save up some money,
We've actually been thinking about that.
Do that, and then you can have a celebration at some point, maybe a year later or something.
Yeah. No, we've actually talked about that and have thought about that as a path, because we've just been looking at prices of venues and everything else, and it's just already insane itself.
Even though you're a pleasant person and you put yourself well on display, and you are, I might get some hate for being a little rude in this episode. I'm just really trying to get some things across. None of this is going to change. None of those goals are going to be hit unless you stop being victim, the world is against you, and two, you actually get some work ethic and go grind to get some money, whether or not it's your dream perfect job.
Yeah.
Is that something you're willing to change? You haven't done it yet.
That's been what I've been trying to work on this new year. I'm in the dark whenever it comes to a lot of that. So that's actually one of the reasons whenever I got contacted about coming on here with you, it's like, oh, maybe he can, help push me in the right direction, whether it be in a nice way or.
I do the tough love approach here.
Tough love.
That's how I like to be presented, so that's how I present it. Spending 1,054 when 1,118 came in.
Yeah.
Of the money that was spent, only 10% went towards debt payments. That was your student loans. 6.1% went to gas. Subscriptions was 4%. Going out to eat was 37%. I didn't see groceries. Where was the groceries? Do you get groceries?
I personally don't know.
You don't know if you get groceries?
No, I personally don't.
Oh my gosh, I was about to lose everything.
I'd have a lot more problems if I couldn't remember going to the grocery store.
And 33% goes to miscellaneous taquitos crap that doesn't matter and doesn't help anything ever. What about car insurance?
Car insurance, right now that is being transferred over. We had an issue with the insurance wanting to change percentages whenever it was being transferred over from my parents. So that's, just part of the extra stuff that I do at home.
So how could you afford that if that once that gets transferred to you? How are you possibly affording that with the no money that you have extra?
Well, that's why it hasn't been fully transferred over to me yet. Just
your parents are enabling you. Yeah. They're enabling you not getting your adult life together, not being a big boy. You're kind of, you're being a, no, I don't, sorry, I don't want to be mean. I'm just trying to get the point across.
You mean spoiled
Also, you're just being kind of a child in terms, not how you're presenting yourself. You're presenting yourself very well, and I very much like you as a person. Like, I mean, you're very pleasant. But in terms of your actions surrounding your income, spending, and everything like that, they're enabling you. You're going out to eat. You have no money left over. You're not even coming close to being able to save up for a wedding, saving up to get out to eat, saving up for getting a car. If you go, you don't even spend a single cent on groceries, bread, not even a single cent. So they are, by taking care of all these extra bills and allowing you to just stay there, they're just enabling the fuck out of you. Enabling the fuck out of you.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting. I watched a documentary on it, and I've actually had some conversations with people who live in Italy. A lot of what you're doing right now is happening a lot, especially in southern Italy. There's a lot more poverty in a hard economic situation there. But a lot of people, they just stay home forever almost. Instead of like, they're like not even applying for jobs as much. Now, again, it is much harder there. I promise I can get you a job. There it is harder, but it's like, it's interesting. It's full. I wish I could speak better on it, but I watched a documentary on it. It's very interesting. It's or a YouTube video, mini documentary, whatever. It's full of use.
Yeah.
And it's dramatically hurting their economy because people are just not entering the workforce and grinding and building things.
Mm-hmm.
Whether there's a lack of incentives within the economic structure there, whatever, but it's just everyone's just doing what you're doing and they're being enabled by their parents. I don't want that to be you, man. I don't want that to be you. But
No.
you have there's nothing that's like pushing you. What's pushing you? What do you care about? Where do you see yourself? Where do you want to be? What's going to push you?
You know, that is an amazing question. I've been looking at that, and it's, I used to thought I wanted to be a professional baseball player.
Yeah.
And I got hurt. Thought I wanted to do something in the natural resources fields, and then that didn't pan out whenever I graduated. And so,
we applied for a few jobs, so
yeah, and then
didn't pan out.
And now it's just slowly devolved into where I'm at today.
I think you've given up. Not in a necessarily completely lazy way, but just so many things haven't worked that we've just like, this is our life. Things haven't worked out. So why try?
Maybe. It's like I tell myself one thing, but it's almost like maybe I'm one of those people that just doesn't understand the issue that he's put himself in and needs to be, pushed out.
People have requested that I do a live Q&A for a while now, and I'm excited to announce that I finally am. On Wednesday, March 20th at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. West Coast, we have an exclusive live Q&A for anyone taking or has already taken our budgeting program. It has changed thousands of people's lives, and we're constantly receiving testimonials from those saving money and fixing their financial future, showing that we made the best budgeting program in the history of the internet at the best price. Sign up using the link in the description below and join me for the Q&A where I answer your questions live. Okay, yeah, I mean, I want to find something that drives you, man. Something that's just, we can get just a fire lit under your ass so that you want to go make money, so you want to go do something. Obviously, what is a big proponent of this, again, right now, a big aspect of this is you are being enabled. If you were forced to live, you would live. If you were forced to work, you would work. Right now, everything's being taken care of, and there's no drive under you. And that's just simply shown in the numbers. That's not me being rude. That's just simply shown in the numbers. Just very basic math. You have two obligations. The student loan minimum monthly payment and gas. Other than that, you're just coasting. Nothing else you got to do. What are you doing for health insurance?
Health insurance right now, because of the amount of income that I've made, it's still the 0% whatever through the government.
But you're choosing not to make. That's weird. I want to always support people that can't make ends meet, but you can. You're choosing not to. That's such a cognitive dissonance in my brain, because I never want to see someone die, but you're literally just choosing not to.
Can be. I mean, that's the whole point of this new year. It's I guarantee you, you told me this even maybe a month ago, I would have been tooth and nail at your throat. Maybe like, no. But, just
what has changed?
I
the
think
fact that it's in a year, or what else?
No, it's the fact of, I think it's hit close to that original date that I wanted to get married.
Ooh, wait, you had a date in your mind before you even met anyone?
We had known each other for a little bit before So we moved into engagement pretty quickly, and we thought sometime in February.
Yeah.
And then I think now, after the new year, getting so close to that first date, it just finally it started to click at least. In that it's like, there's more you can do at least. And so, yeah, maybe a month or two ago, I would have been that person sitting back here thinking, I'm against the world. Like, it's just the world that's put me in this maybe trash location.
Yeah.
But, I've talked to my parents, especially recently. It's like, look, I love you, but I personally at least want to get out. It's like,
And
yeah,
they're
I'll
probably
help
like, oh.
you. Probably. I love them. Love them.
No,
to
of
death.
course.
They tell me, it's like, oh yeah, it's like we would love you to get out. But at the same time, it's like you said, I'm 27. I'm pushing 30. Like,
Easy.
I'm
We're
over
not
the
all
hump.
that close to 30.
I'm pushing the hump. It's gonna be faster. It's gonna be here fast.
I'm not turning 29 next month and wanting to kill myself from that. No, that's not happening.
No. So it's coming to that first date that's just kind of clicked. It's just like you said, there's more that I can do at least to put myself in a better position than I am now. And that's why it's not necessarily given up on a lot of the dreams, but definitely gotten to that point where you have to do something, even if it's just, maybe working as a janitor somewhere.
Yeah.
At least until that dream can be made. Because voice acting is not going to go anywhere. Even with all this AI stuff that's...
Well, not necessarily, but I definitely don't ever want anyone to give up on their dreams.
Oh, no.
But I want to be realistic and also taking care.
Exactly. Exactly. And like you said, like, the numbers don't lie. Like, you can be the nicest person here, you can be the meanest person here. But it's like you said, the numbers don't lie. It shows that I have a lot more space to improve personally, that I've put myself here.
I think for the remaining of this conversation, for the future of this conversation to get somewhere, we need to turn this into a 3-way.
Oh, maybe. I don't know if she's into that.
You want to come on? So come on. What's your name?
My name's Penn. I'm Sam's fiance.
Penn. Wonderful. I know there's a bit of. You may have said a couple of things incorrect. If you wanted to address.
First off, I am not 23. I'm 24.
Yep.
I currently make 15 per hour working from home. On average, I work about 30 hours a week.
Well, she's killing you in the job part.
Yep. No, she is.
What are you doing?
I am training AI.
Really? In what way? Like you're just talking to a chat box all day?
I'm teaching AI to not tell people how to make pipe bombs,
Interesting.
Basically saying, hey, if someone asks for this, maybe you shouldn't give them the information.
Why is this the job you're doing? Because it's only $23,400 a year. So together we're making a whopping like $35,000 a year.
Because I am currently trying to save for a ton of dental work. I'm living with my family because my mom has rheumatoid arthritis and fibromyalgia.
So you cannot move out.
Not yet.
So what are you guys going to do?
I'm currently trying to work with my younger siblings to teach them better how to do stuff around the house.
I mean, they're going to want to move out too, though, aren't they? Sounds like this person will need extra help maybe in home.
Not the youngest. The youngest can't move out on her own. I'm not going to disclose why.
Then is she able to take care of this person?
Yes.
Your parents? Okay.
She'll be able to. My mom can move around on her own for right now, and when she wasn't able to, she had crutches, she had a little scooter. She'll be okay moving around on her own. It's just taking care of everyday household chores, and my dad's home too.
So what's in your savings?
Currently nothing, because I went through a stint of unemployment, and I had to pay for things around the house. I had to pay for car insurance.
You landed, though. You actually are bringing in money. Mm-hmm. You've chosen to go get a job.
Mm-hmm.
You could be doing this.
Mm-hmm.
You've chosen not to. You've been in that corner in our little guest area, guest of the guest area. What have you thought of this conversation so far in terms of his money, in terms of his lack of effort?
I've seen you say a lot of the things I tried to say to him in the past, and he didn't listen to me because he didn't want to. And it makes me feel a bit better seeing that I'm not crazy. I'm not being the Beyonce. You know, it makes me feel better knowing someone else is seeing the issue too. Because there have been so many times when I'm like, well, why don't you take these long substituting jobs that are like 11, 13 days? And I don't even remember the reasons you've given me in the past. It's been something or another.
Do you see him being just a lazy person in terms of work? In terms of work specifically, not all throughout life, but in terms of working and bringing in that incomes.
He does a lot of auditioning for jobs, but I don't see him going into a lot of jobs.
Okay.
There have been a ton of jobs where there have been really competitive markets I've tried to do voice acting for,
Sure.
and he just didn't get it.
Which that's fair. If we're in that industry, we're trying to audition.
Yeah.
But in terms of going and actually just making some more money when we know that's not working, just haven't seen it.
A little bit.
And we've had conversations about that. Why haven't you given a when she's brought it up? Like, you guys are building a future together. Why haven't you listened to her at all? When she's obviously right. It's exactly what I've said.
Yeah.
So why haven't you cared about what she said when she's brought up reasonable points that, hey, dude, you need to go make some big boy money so we can actually start saving for anything at some point. How are you guys going to get a place on your own? $0 in savings across the board. He brings in no money. How are you guys going to have health insurance? How are you guys, like, what's the plan here? What happens when his car breaks? Then it's like you use her car? Like, what are we doing? Why have you not listened to her?
Yeah, no, and I don't have a good excuse for that one. Like, I'm not gonna try to fish for anything either.
Okay. You don't have a why, though? Because I want to be able to combat it in the future when it pops up. If you don't have a why, what's going to prevent that from popping up in the future?
Yeah, I don't think I have a good why right now. Like,
Y'all, this is the time to switch to my favorite high yield savings account. With SoFi, you can get 4.6% on your money. I hate when my money is just losing value, so make sure you're keeping up with inflation at the very least. You can also get FDIC insurance on that money up to $2 million with them. Plus, they'll give you money up to $300 when you set up an account with them. There's even extra perks like being able to get paid a couple days early. SoFi is what I use when I'm setting money aside, and it is the banking app of the future. Sign up, link in the description below. I always want my money to be making more money, so don't lose money on yours. Why do you think he hasn't listened?
Stubbornness, ego. He's a guy.
Oh, I try to listen. Oh, she shook her head yes.
No offense to you, but he's machismo. He's a guy's guy. He tries to be
A guy's guy.
noodle, but
yeah, I don't know about a guy's guy.
like, look,
Yeah,
look,
Never
never
heard
that.
someone called a noodle.
I mean, I don't have much on my bones.
but I think he hasn't listened because it hurts to know that you could do better, but not
Sure.
fully understand how.
And money is a hard conversation. So he didn't know how much you were making. How much do you guys know about each other's personal finances before this conversation? How aligned are we?
I've known quite a bit about his finances.
Yeah.
He doesn't know quite as much because I don't really ever think to talk about it. It's not something it occurs to me to talk about. I have tried to wrangle him into getting more involved in the wedding planning process. Like, hey, if you want to do this, if we want to do this, you need to start doing this, and I'm going to start doing this. And it's all sorts of different things.
Yeah.
But it's definitely a hard conversation to have. I have tried to have the conversation in the past. It doesn't really get anywhere, so I'm hoping this is a good Kickstarter to talking more about it more frequently.
Have the finances strain the relationship?
I wouldn't say that.
Really? Maybe because we're not living together, we don't have shared bills, we don't have shared responsibilities yet. But what's going to happen when we do? When we're trying to pay rent and one person's not helping the household, trying to get groceries, one person's not helping the household, trying to pay for a kid, one person's not helping the household.
Well, I personally don't plan on having kids.
Well,
We're
that's an
thinking
example, though.
about-
What are we going to do, though, when one person's not contributing to the household? It's going to put a strain on the relationship. That's again, the leading cause for separation. But that's not what I want. I want to see. I want to see you guys is going forever. Don't before we get into it. We need to sit down, probably at least once a month at this point. Just talk about our finances, our goals. What's it gonna take for us to get to the goals that we're trying to do, and see if we're aligned on them. You guys need to be aligned. If we're not aligned going into this marriage, that's a scary thing.
Mm-hmm.
What can we do to get this man out there working? What can we do?
I don't know. What do you think we could do to get off your and start going and substituting more often or doing something?
Well, I've already started doing that with the start of the new semester now. You know, because
Mhm.
schools just started back up.
He did substitute, I think, like 3 days last week, which is more often than he did last month.
Yeah, he did 3 days in the month.
It is more often.
Yeah.
It's
In my defense for this one, school just did start back up.
Yeah.
and typically there is an actual thing where teachers aren't really allowed to take off the first week before or after a school break. It's kind of
Sure.
like a no-no. So
Yeah.
being a
But
former
the flu's the flu.
being a former educator,
Yeah.
I'm a bit
Why'd you
more aware
stop?
of this. Childcare, I started when I was 19 because I needed to be at home so I could help my mom around, so I
Yeah.
could help with the house. So I stopped going to school and I started working as an educator. I stopped doing it because the state of education is really rough and it was really hard on me emotionally and mentally.
Okay. Well, that's
so
fine. So what's our goals as a couple? What are we looking at a year from now? Where are we financially speaking? Where are we in our lives? What are we doing?
a year from now, I would like to be living in a modest apartment, hopefully like 1,100 a month, which is modest surprisingly nowadays.
Which, to be clear, is not even close to possible today.
No.
Not even
No.
beyond close. So a year from now, that scares me. But go ahead, continue.
Married. I have full on resigned myself to just going to the courthouse, being like, "Hey, we're
Oh, you're
married.
down
We
for
signed
it?
a piece of paper." Yes,
You're done for it? Do it and do a celebration later or something.
that was like the initial plan, and then my parents were like, "You can't do that. You need to have a ceremony." Because the ceremony isn't about you, it's about your family.
off.
And they said they would help pay, I think, to get us roped in. And then once I was like, okay, they said, no, we're not going to help. So I was like, cool. Back to the drawing board, back to a courthouse wedding.
Dude, stop at the courthouse on the way home. Like, I don't even care. Like, just who cares? I mean, I get it. If you want to have a big wedding, you want to have a big wedding, but it doesn't seem like you guys care. So it's just like, do it, right? Do whatever
Mhm.
you guys want to do. It's you. It's you. People, it's you.
But I've actually been working on getting a job with the post office because it pays like $26 an hour. And
Good.
it's
And
a
they're
job.
delivering things, and they need way more people in the office anyway. So please hire you. Like, we need more people. My goodness. Oh my gosh. Actually, the person who delivers to my house is awesome. He's really cool. But either way, okay, married, modest apartment.
Working at the post office, hopefully. Issue is it would take me relocating, and I don't have any money to relocate
It
at the
would.
moment.
Okay. They wouldn't cover relocation costs. Probably not starting
No.
positions,
No.
which is fine. What are your costs though? What? You bring in $25,000 a year. What are your costs right now?
Right now, I have car insurance. I'm
Okay.
paying for groceries at home.
For everyone? What's wrong with Dad?
Dad works as a manager at a fast food restaurant, so that's not a lot of money.
It should be more than $25,000 a year though. Should be. What fast food restaurant?
Chicken Express.
Well, I can't speak for that. I've never looked into their numbers.
As far as I know, I'm making just a little bit less than he is. I think he's only making $17 an hour, and
They have such good biscuits there. It's wild.
I know.
Um,
And my dad's like, "Oh, they're too dry." What are you talking about? Anyways, like it's
that's interesting. I wonder why he's making so little as a manager. Is it like an assistant manager? Is this a general manager? Like, what are we doing here?
He is now assistant general manager.
I'd need to look into that a little. I would want to. I would want to look into his position. Now it might be a small town thing because you guys are in a small town.
I'm actually in a smaller town than he is.
Well, that speaks even to it even more.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, if $15 an hour, 40 hours a week, and he should, because I mean, this is not. It's not Austin, to be clear, but you can't basically get a job that's below $15 an hour in Austin, like starting.
Yeah.
Now, smaller town, completely different situation. But all I'm saying is, if he's at $15 an hour, 40 hours a week, that's $31,200 a year. Like I feel like he should be making closer to 40. But either way, it doesn't matter. I've never looked into their numbers. I can't speak on uneducatedly, so it doesn't matter. What are your guys' goal 5 years? Where do you see yourselves?
5 years.
Oof.
This is we got to talk about and think about. What are we're getting into this without goals? We're getting into this without being aligned on things?
5 years, I'm hoping to get my commission art business off the ground, hopefully with an actual studio somewhere.
Okay, this is completely different.
Yeah, like do the post office thing part-time, do my art part-time. I'm actually hoping to find a substantial job sometime in the future where I can.
We don't hope to find. We don't hope to find. We go get. We go get. We don't hope to find.
I will go get a job that will allow me to also chase my passion.
Can he work for the job you're doing right now?
No.
Okay.
Uh,
Go to McDonald's, dude. They're desperate to hire. People will not work the evening shifts there, and you got nothing going on. You got nothing going on. He has nothing going on, right?
as far as I know, he's got nothing going on.
Buddy, go make money. Like, okay. Well, either way, getting into an apartment within a year, it's going to be a tough task. You need to go make money now. Let's go get married. Let's combine our accounts. What scares me drastically, you're a little younger, so you have more of an excuse. Retirement, man. You guys do not want to be in a marriage situation where I know way too many people, unfortunately, even just in my own life, who are just at that older age where they can barely even work anymore and they can't retire. They literally can't. They can't afford not to work because Social Security is not enough. I don't want you guys to be in that situation. Right now is when you choose not to be later. But you have to choose now. You can't choose to be able to be in a good position to retire at retirement. You have to choose now. But you guys aren't even close to a position where there's any semblance of retirement. You guys can't even move out of your own houses right now. Yours is a little less of a choice. Yours is beyond very much a choice. Okay. So yeah, what I would do is I'd tie the knot, listen to her. She says, get a job. You're not being an adult. Go get a job. Need me to yell at him, let me know.
Okay.
But you need to go get a job.
Yes.
You probably need to get a better job. And
Yes.
That's the plan.
again, everything's always easier said than done, but there are jobs out there. And we have to, we have to work on interview skills. We need to work on resume skills. But do that, tie the knot, get an apartment together, hopefully within the next year or two. Teach your siblings how to take care of the parents. And we need to start contributing to retirement. Your student loans, I'd pay off as quick as you absolutely can. I'd actually prioritize that over even moving out. So I'd try to get as much money as you can now, pay off the student loans. You don't want to bring a 14% debt to her. That's not fair.
Nope.
Do you have any debt?
No.
That's incredible. Get a 6-month emergency fund before you move out. Pay off that debt. Get a 6-month emergency fund before you pay out. Moving together, tie the knot, and start contributing 20% on a monthly basis to retirement. Keep your household needs 50% or less of your income. 30% can go to fun. As long as you're hitting that 20% in retirement, that's the minimum. That's number one responsibility. Your needs, we try to keep it around 50. If it's a little more, then your needs are a little less. We don't cut down on retirement. But if your needs are a little less somehow, you need to bring in more money for that. So I doubt it. But if they are, you can have more fun. For retirement, I need you guys to start contributing after the 6-month emergency household fund, 20% to retirement, so you guys can actually live those later years like every human should. That's what I need now. Right now, it requires you growing up. Any final thoughts across the board?
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you in general for reaming him. Someone else needed to.
If there's basically no money and the money that there is just going somewhere else, I mean, Hammer Financial score across the board, it's very easy and very simple. 0. Make sure to check out all the resources linked in the description below. They are what I use or would use in specific situations, including the best budgeting program in the history of the internet. Thanks to all of our Patreon producers for making this episode possible. If you want to participate in an episode of Financial Audit and you're able to make it to Austin, Texas, please fill out an application in the survey linked in the description below. You can also send a link to your friends or family who you think might be good to be on the show. If you have any questions, you can email casting@calebhammer.com.
Hi, my name is Jenny, and I'm from Houston, Texas. I am 23 years old, and this is Financial Audit.
Welcome to Austin. So what do you do for a living over in Houston?
I am a part-time assistant manager at a retail store.
Okay, how much are we making?
About 14 an hour. 15 an hour. Yeah, it's 15.
Okay, how many hours do you work a week?
I work
part-time?
about anywhere between 33 to 40 hours a week.
So, I mean, you're kind of approaching the world of full-time mostly.
Yes, for the main part, yes. Whenever I went back, because I worked at this job previously for a little bit, and when I came back, I requested that for a little bit more full-time hours. The only reason why I was not given a full-time position was because the full-time position was already taken.
Gotcha. And how long have you been in the part-time position then?
On and off or consecutively?
Consecutively.
Consecutively, I went back probably about 3 months ago. 4 months
Are you
ago.
trying to get to that upper position that you wanted?
Yes, eventually, just because it gives me more hours that I actually need to provide for my life, along with just being able to have the benefits with it, because I am almost 25. I'm thinking about insurance and PTO and all that stuff.
Sure. So we had payroll coming in of $2,212. Does that sound about right for a monthly
Yes,
average?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'll be honest.
Mm-hmm. My Monopoly Go addiction's killing it.
Well, spoiler. But $2,251 came in, but $3,151 went out. You didn't know that?
What? Oh, no. Okay, wait, I know what it was, because it was, I went to...
I'll tell you what it is. I mean, I'll go through your spending.
No, it's called
But-
my girls' weekend in San Marcos.
It's called what?
My girls' weekend in San Marcos.
Okay. What?
This was February.
What are you? What is this?
I'm a female. Thanks for asking. No, so essentially I went to San Marcos for girls' weekend, and I had to pay all my bills.
No, it's
out of
fine,
one
but
bill.
why are you laughing about it?
Because
Why
I
is
get
this
nervous. I get nervous.
Okay, it's cope. It's
Yes,
nervous.
yes.
But I think people just get nervous under the camera for
Oh,
the first
yeah,
time. And of course,
definitely.
you've watched the show for a while, so
Mhm.
there is that little bit of nerves.
Yeah.
And that's okay. So,
Mhm.
no hard feelings.
Yep.
When I hear someone laugh about their spending when they're themselves, it hurts me deep inside, but I
I'm
get
here
that
to
it's
get help.
cope. I get that
I'm
it's
here to
cope.
get help, though.
Okay.
Mhm.
So give me a little story on your finances.
Well, I was cut off a year ago from my family. I was cut off about a year ago from my normal finances.
Normal finances?
My parents supported me for a while. Actually,
Well, you are 23. So.
yes. They were promising to pay for my college and everything, but then I got married. And when I got married, even though, yes, it was set up in the deal already as a kid, my mom told me that as long as I didn't get married before the age of 25 and I had a degree, that I wouldn't get financially cut off.
It's a bit weird, but she did. Okay, for whatever reason, her opinion is like that, but it is her money. She can choose how she wants to give it. And technically, you didn't do what she said to do. So it's
Looking
unfair.
at it now versus whenever it first happened, most definitely 100% was my fault. But
Well, where do you live right now?
I live with my parents.
So you live with them.
Yes.
So they are supporting you.
Yes.
What were they giving you financially?
They're not giving me anything financially.
What were they giving you financially?
They were giving me my college tuition, anything for books. Whenever I moved out to go to college, they were giving me my apartment fees and everything. And they're paying for my apartment, grocery money, anything that was going on with my vehicle, they were giving it to me.
And then you got married.
Yes.
When'd you get married?
I got married back in August.
How's it going? He's not here right now. Well, you got married last year in August.
Yeah, we got married August 23.
Oh, okay. So we're
We're in the process of getting a divorce right now.
Hmm?
We are
What?
both. He's stationed in North
What?
Carolina.
You're just sitting there
and
looking at
he
me like
filed
you're
in
a
North
bitch.
Carolina because through them legally, but he has base legal, so he doesn't have to pay
why are you
lawyer
getting a
fees.
divorce so quick?
Essentially, we got into a really big fight, and
Who get in fights? What was the fight?
I had a bad habit of talking to people I probably shouldn't have, who I thought were my friends, and they would go to him and tell him what I was saying, but twist my words.
Why were you talking behind his back?
Because he wasn't. I found out later that he was probably paying for OF models, if I'm being honest.
What do you mean? Like he was paying for OF?
Yeah, I think so. I'm not 100% certain. I don't have proof of it. I'm suspecting.
That doesn't. Shouldn't you have proof of literally anything before
yes, and
you assume that someone did it?
He has, whenever his Instagram, one day I was going through his following on Instagram because this girl had started stuff with us, and I decided I'm going to go through your following just to figure out. And at this point, he's in Mississippi on a training exercise for the military. And whenever I go through it, I find a bunch of OF models. And then I'm connecting dots, and the dots that I connect essentially are the reason why we don't have any money 2 weeks after, because he financially took care of. He was taking care of me. So the reason why we didn't have money for groceries, gas.
Sounded like your parents were. But you got married then. Okay.
Yep, I was already married.
Then why didn't you start taking care of yourself?
I was working a job that was only paying me $13 an hour, working probably 14 hours.
So someone who marries you, they're not allowed to watch corn?
They are allowed to watch corn. I don't care. My thing is that whenever you go ahead and blatantly lie to me about it.
So he was saying he didn't,
mm-hmm.
but you have no proof that he did.
Yes, correct. I have no proof that he did. And I also found this.
I feel like proof is always needed before
yes,
you
it is. Yeah. Trust me, this story gets way worse. So anyway, we get into this fight.
Well, we'll go into the story. Yeah. I do want to get into your finances, so we just have a little more baseline.
Of course, yeah.
But definitely feel free to save that because I love a little bit of tea here and there.
Oh, trust me, my tea is piping hot.
Okay. Okay. So, are you ready to break free from drinking the same boring coffee every single morning? Let's introduce today's sponsor, Trade. With Trade, exceptional coffee finds its way right to your doorstep. Trade levels up your coffee drinking experience by sourcing the finest beans from all over the country and delivering them directly to your door. The coolest part is their new technology, which intelligently aligns your unique taste preferences with a diverse range of over hundreds of coffee flavor profiles. So here's the coffee that was received straight to my house. This wasn't even for the sponsorship. I've actually been using them since December of 2022 personally, before they ever reached out to partner, and now I'm very happy that they are because I use them every single morning and I love them. This one fits me more than any other brand because it's called Dad Bod, which gone a little beyond that recently, but Dad Bod. I haven't tried this one specifically, but they send me a bunch of new coffee all the time, and I grind it and turn it into a delicious cup of coffee every single morning. It's a really exciting way to wake up, and I absolutely love them. It's like having your personal coffee concierge. And it's not just about the fancy gadgets. It's the ideal fusion of art and science, marrying industry experience with advanced machine learning technology. And here's the best part. Trade roasts your coffee to order, ensuring delivery at the moment you need it. Freshness guaranteed. I think we can all agree that there's nothing quite like the smell of freshly ground coffee to start your morning. Just in this bag alone, smells absolutely delicious. Click the link in the description below or go to drinktrade.com/Caleb to get your hands on a free bag of roasted to order coffee. There's a little financial tea here, and that is that on this Ulta beauty card.
I was working at Ulta at the time, so that's why
then
I
have
opened.
them give you money and not use that.
Well, at the time that was my job in North Carolina. Whenever I lived there, that was my job.
How does that change that they should be giving you money and you not them? Oh, because this is North Carolina. It's okay.
Well, no, it's because I left that job and I can no longer work for the company of Ulta because I literally had to shift. That's whenever my divorce happened. Well, whenever I left North Carolina, and when I left North Carolina, it was literally I need to pack my stuff up and leave.
What does that
I couldn't put.
I'm just asking why you were giving them money instead of them giving you money. Why are you opening a credit card and going into debt to your job?
Because I wanted makeup. Whenever I moved to North Carolina, I was alone a lot, and so I used makeup as an artistic coping mechanism.
I was gonna say you were alone a lot. It's not like anyone was seeing you in makeup.
Yeah, I just enjoyed it. I really did enjoying playing with the colors, trying new products.
That's fun. I get it. If we can't afford to pay for it, we don't get it.
Yeah, no. No.
Fun's great.
I'm really bad at myself because I haven't done, the last thing I did at Ulta was my hair.
Okay, but your available credit on that card is $80.
Yeah, I spent a lot of money on that card because I was only paying the minimum payment because that's all I could afford.
Well, not only that, but right here.
I have a late payment, yeah.
You have a late payment. Why?
It's based on me what day it was, and I completely forgot about it, and then I got an email, and I was like,
why don't you want auto pay? I'll tell you why, because you never have enough money in your checking account, and that's why we see overdraft fees later.
No, so what happened was I've been advised by people not to have an auto pay just because if I don't.
This is you that.
My stepdad, whenever I opened my first credit card, I was like, I'm going to set up auto pay. And he was like, don't do that because if you don't have the money.
Well, you should always have the money in the first place.
Yeah.
It's basic level foundation. If your stepdad's immediately going like, oh, if you don't have the money, then you're starting from a bad place.
Yeah.
If you don't have the money, then you shouldn't be getting a credit card in the first place. So your stepdad sounds like a financial idiot.
He's not. Not now. Well, I'll say that not now.
Was that?
Yes, he was. Because I opened my first credit card when I was 19, 20. Yeah, I opened my first credit card when I was 19 or 20.
Mm-hmm.
And that's whenever it was my Discover card. And we talked about it. And I was like, I can just do this, this, and this. And he was like, well, also, if you already have... Because essentially what he didn't want me to do is set up 2 payments by accident. Because I am notorious for doing that.
That wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. You'd be making progress.
Yes and no, because at the time I was somewhat financially independent from my parents at the time too, where I was buying my own gas, I was buying, my own clothes, all that type of stuff. They were just paying for more of the necessities, if that makes sense. So they didn't want me to set up my budget to not have enough money for essentially everything else. Oh, you're fine. You are fine.
But it takes like a year to get to do not disturb.
You have to like open it and then swipe it, and then you have to press it just the right time.
Yeah. What do you mean you haven't spent money on this? This was like just a couple weeks ago. Ulta, and before there, oh, where'd we go? Ulta. Oh, where'd we go before that? Ulta. Where'd we go before that? Ulta. Where'd we go before that? Ulta. Where'd we go before that? Ulta.
I opened it in October, and then I haven't spent any money there since January.
The end. Basically the beginning of February.
Yes. And that was because
basically.
I wanted to rebel a little bit and get my hair done. I probably shouldn't have done that.
Rebel? What do you mean rebel? You're rebelling against your future. What the f are you talking about, rebel? What rebel?
My ex-husband...
Hopefully you're just being silly.
I'm not. My ex-husband loved blonde hair and loved me with blonde hair. And before it started fading like this, it was a bright red. And I only did a halo. So I kind of justified it with that. It was only a partial highlight.
You justified it?
I justified the purchase.
Because it wasn't what he wanted?
Yes. And I didn't look like the woman that
what, have you guys had has this been toxic?
Yes.
My gosh, you guys have been married for like 9 months. Okay. Well, first of all, I am sorry you're going through that. It's brutal. So we're going through a brutal situation. I want you to leave in the comment below something positive that has happened to you financially this year so far. Give her some love as well, because she's actually brave enough to come on here. So thank you for that. Even with all your cope laugh and
I need help.
Late payments. You do need help, and
why I'm here is because financially I know I want to be on my own at least within a year or maybe a year and a half. I'm giving myself a maximum of 2 years, and I want to be here because I want to get help.
Well, we'll see. If 2 years seems reasonable, we'll
it's not set in stone. It's just it's an idea.
I got you. Okay, the minimum monthly payment on this thing is what? 37?
Yes.
Late payment.
And I just paid it 3 days ago.
The minimum.
Yeah.
Good.
I know I paid it with $50.
So slightly above the minimum.
Yeah, slightly above the minimum. And I had that one set up
Discovery, $1,019.15.
I paid that down by $200 actually recently.
Okay.
Like within the past 2 days, I did.
Okay. Did you tell our producers?
Yes, I did. I texted them about it.
Okay.
After when I hit the road, because I realized I got the text message saying thank you for the payment.
So $800.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, with a minimum monthly payment of $42.
Yep.
Where'd you get that extra $200 from?
Work. I had worked at other stores around Houston, and so I ended up getting reimbursed for my miles, and I went into overtime, so I got.
But you're also making purchases on here still. If we're having interest accruing, $21.89. It's Prime. It's Prime Videos and McDonald's and KFC. At least get food. Like, what are you doing, KFC? So why? don't get me wrong. You put more money towards it than you purchase, yes, but you're having interest accrue. And if we're having interest on accrue on a card we cannot fully pay off, why are we going and getting chicken? Why? Why are we spending more money on it? It wasn't even needs. It was bullshit.
Are you done? Can I go? I need to take my anxiety meds, and I need to have something in my stomach because of that. So I'll eat at home, but I've changed it.
You need to eat at home. What? That's the answer. The answer wasn't anxiety meds. The answer was I don't eat at home. There you go. It wasn't because I have to take anxiety meds. I am on a antidepressant as well for my panic disorder, and I think I'm probably supposed to take it with food. I don't know, but I eat food at home.
I've started doing that now. Like in the past 2 weeks, I have.
Okay.
I know it's not a lot, but
it's
making a progress. I started making a progress, and I've started trying to change my financial situation because of how it's looking and how it's going. Because I know that if I want to do anything like that, if I want to be on my own, financially independent and everything, I cannot keep spending the way I'm spending.
How long have you guys been? When was the last time you got financial support from someone else?
When I had to hire my lawyer.
When was that?
February.
So you're only on your own starting now?
No, I was on my own for about a year before.
No, you said you were married last year.
Yeah, so my parents, we agreed that
when you guys got married, how long were you actually together before it started deteriorating?
We were actually spent time together.
I also have to ask. I have to ask. Sorry, I know we're getting back into the teeth a little bit, but it's fine. Does it make sense to destroy a relationship in that situation based on a thought of them doing it versus proof?
I'm going to say this is going to be cut real quick. Yes, this is going to not be on the show.
Yeah, well, say what you can say. Say what you can say.
Okay, what I can say. I was put into a really dangerous situation that I did not feel comfortable and safe in anymore.
You guys rushed into the.
We rushed into it 100%.
Know yourself. How long did you guys know each other before getting married?
We knew each other for 3 years.
Well, I'm sorry that you were in a position where you didn't feel safe. Obviously, yeah, that's terrible. But your excuses about the spending and making progress, I don't fully believe, because this is on the credit card, sure, and it was just a few. But you forget that I have access to your checking account. And your checking account was
completely different, yeah.
It was
yeah.
So, I mean, just we want to get through this. You come here to get help, but don't bull out of the gate.
Yeah, of course.
And now we have a car. What's the interest rate on this thing?
11.9796.
That's some death. It's not the most insane by any means, but that's some.
It's a killer.
That is not good.
I know.
What is this? What is it?
2021 Toyota Camry.
Okay. What this total amount to? $646? Wait a minute. That terrifies the crap out of me.
I honestly didn't.
That's 30% of your income.
That wasn't based off of my income. It was based off of my ex-husband's income. I got the car a year ago. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
And at the time, whenever this was happening, he was deployed, so he was also getting more money because of that too.
Jeez, were you guys even ever together? This marriage is so weird to me. You're just talking behind each other's backs all the time. It's just what even? I'm so confused. But I'm not here. I don't want to judge your relationship, but also I'm judging your relationship.
It was a really bad situation.
Oh, the balance. Oh, this is so
30,
expensive
000.
for your position.
Yeah,
and I know. Hey. Oh my gosh. It was based on his income. What? Okay. But you're in the process of a divorce.
Yes, we're in the process.
Has this car come up in conversation around that?
Essentially, since the car is in my name, I get the car. So all the cars, I make the payments, everything else.
It's completely in your name, but it was based off of his income. Great.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Because that was the only way I was going to get approved for a loan because at the time.
But you shouldn't have. This was bad.
I know.
This was bad. What was his income?
At the time,
still over approved for a car, trust me.
I believe he was making approximately about 32 a month.
Oh, a month. Okay. Well, even still, 32 a month. Yeah, it's under $40,000 a year, and they gave you a.
Oh wait, is it? I do not remember his income. If I'm being completely honest.
If it's even around there, that this is insane. This is insane. This is insane. $646 a month. How have you been paying this? Well, this explains why you're overdrafting on your checking account. Again, spoiler alert. And this is why you're missing your credit card payments, right? Because this sucks up 30% of your income. Okay. Sorry, I just feel bad for you. This sucks. This is such a suck.
I'm actually currently in the process of refinancing the vehicle. But I still owe 63 months on it because we signed it for the longest that Toyota would give it to us.
And it's still that much.
And we ended up my bank, because I essentially was told I was advised by someone that I should not go through my bank, which is a credit union, because it would be easier for my ex-husband to send me money.
What?
Yeah. And so I am now in the process of.
Why does he have to send the money through the account you're using to refinance a car?
That was whenever I bought the car. When I bought the car, I was advised because I wish whenever I was in the process of getting my car, because what happened was I had a 2012 Honda Civic, and my transmission on that car was going out, and at the time I was about to move to North Carolina, so I was advised to get a new car because my car wouldn't have made it to North Carolina.
Sure, makes sense.
And
I don't know why that equals a $35,000 car we can't afford, but go ahead.
Trust me, we're getting there. So whenever I went in to go get my car, whenever I went in to go purchase a car, I wanted to buy from the used lot, and I wanted to spend no more than $25. And whenever I went to go pull my loan, I was advised that I needed to do it a smarter way, because if I didn't do a smarter way, my ex-husband would have had a harder time to send me the money to pay the car payments. And so now I'm in the process of getting it back into my bank, and I'm in the process of getting my car financed through my bank, which is a credit union that's Houston based that already offered me a 7% interest rate when I tried to refinance it.
It sounds like 7's great. Sure, it is.
It's a lot better than 11.
It is better, but is it going to be at that same term?
No.
What are you doing then?
I currently have to wait till about 6 more months till it's lower. And also,
until what's lower?
So there's a difference between the 63 month and the 60 month that my credit union can give me.
Oh, so they're offering a 60 month?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that's the lower.
What? No,
the lower one is 60 months, guys. It's great.
What they recommended though is that I wait 6 more months until A, my credit score is a little bit better, or B, I have more money to put down.
Chat, is this car situation completely?
Yes.
So what, the minimum monthly payment's it's gonna hardly change.
Yeah.
Because we're slightly bringing down the term. The balance isn't gonna change, and the interest rate's gonna drop down a bit, but it's still a bad rate.
Yeah. I believe it.
For any kind of debt, especially a depreciating asset.
Whenever they did the calculator on it, I believe it was approximately about 596.
What's crazy is Houston, you could work full-time in retail if you wanted to right now. Mm-hmm. You're living at home, so you don't have rent. But we're still missing payments and overdrafting. This car's ridiculous. This might be we haven't done a sell the car type situation in a while. We might be there. We need to get the full picture together in the end, but we might be there. We ended this checking account with $6.56. How's anyone gonna survive on that? Also, what's the point of almost any of the spending in here? What's the point of almost any of the spending in here? You come here to learn. You're about to get learned real quick right now about your spending. $6.56 in a checking account. Okay, Apple Bill. Now these Apple Bills, we find out. What are they?
Monopoly Go.
Monopoly Go. What the do you even spend in Monopoly Go? Why can't you just play Monopoly? Why is it costing like, let me buy?
Because I get to like one thing, and I need just one more thing, and it expires.
What? No, tell me. Like, what are you buying?
Dice.
Why is it not just Monopoly? So it's not just regular Monopoly?
No, it's not.
So this is like a special thing?
You don't have it?
No, this sounds terrible. Look what you're spending on it. Why would I have that?
Okay, so it has dice, and then you take your dice and you roll and you go around a Monopoly board, and as you're collect money and everything, you build up a land, and then and you get more dice, and then when you're getting more dice, you get like prizes like shields, people, characters. Yeah,
What is this? This is not Monopoly.
that is Monopoly. It's like because people come because whenever you log out of your game and everything, people can come in onto your board and knock down your territories.
What the? Is this like Civilization, like Monopoly version?
Yes, basically.
Yes. Okay. Great. With loot crates and everything.
Oh wait, I think that one's actually for a movie I bought.
Monopoly made by EA. My gosh. Yeah. Okay. So maybe a movie. Whiskey River. Some rodeo retail. Some Monopoly. Karen's Creations. Sounds like the creations I'd want from someone like that. Whiskey River. Whiskey River. Whiskey River. Whiskey River. Whiskey River. Whiskey River. Well, we went there like every 5 seconds of our life. We went to Michael's. Great. We're doing some arts. We're doing some arts and crafts. But guess what? We don't have enough money in our checking account. So great. Great time to do arts and crafts. Oh, and we're playing Monopoly Go. Then we're playing Monopoly Go. Then we're playing Monopoly. 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 Chick-fil-A. We grabbed our Chick-fil-A and our caffeine from Starbucks so that we could go play some Monopoly Go. And then Amazon Prime, Chick-fil-A, House of Sport. Is there anything on here that's a necessity? This is every line's highlighted. Every line's highlighted. What is Monopoly? Oh, we're back. Monopoly? Audible. So we listen to some audiobooks that we can't afford while we gamble on Monopoly that we can't afford. Chipotle. Best donuts. Well, I'm glad they're the best ones. Monopoly. NGR Stadium. What, did you go watch a Monopoly live or something?
No rodeo.
Vapor. I know that's hard to quit, but bad for your existence and for your money. Dutch Bros.
Was that for my vape or was it for my?
Well, I don't know. It's vape. I don't know. It says Imperial Vapor.
It was most likely for at the time. It was for drinks because they sell drinks over there too.
Oh, that makes more sense. Venmoing out money. DoorDash. Buddy, if we can't pay our minimum monthly payments, we're not door dashing. If we can't afford to live on our own and we have to rely on our parents, we're not door dashing. And I have no problem with parents taking care of their kids. I have no problem with someone moving in back home after a bad experience, a divorce, everything like that. But that's when we get our together. We don't just... You're spiraling. McDonald's, sushi. Well, that actually... Are you a nurse? No, you're not. I already know what you do.
Yeah.
So what is this? Oh, you're getting like scrubs?
No, that's actually my job. Is my job, and I paid I needed to buy compression socks because I needed to get some socks for my boots. Yeah, so that was actually.
So we finally have one line item out of this entire thing that is important. Amazon, Potbelly, Prime Video, Amazon. Oh, we went back to House of Sports. Oh, here we go. So what waited for us the entire
$150 overdraft fee.
Yeah.
I know.
Why would you let it get to this? Your spending's ridiculous beyond belief. It's some of the most insane spending I've ever seen in my life.
I was in a really bad spot.
So this is the cope.
I cope with trying to... I'm gonna cry, sorry.
It's a natural feeling. You're going through something rough, and your outlet was trying to feel good via those dopamine hits through the different loot crates.
So what it was is essentially that the reason why I was eating a lot and everything else was because I didn't know how to cope with it. Even though yes, I have a therapist and I see her.
Good.
And my stepdad's insurance actually pays for it, so it's not coming out of my account or my mom's account. But I wanted to not be home a lot because I just didn't want to. I didn't want to have to sit down and have to deal with it because.
So when you're going and buying this fast food, you're sitting there and eating?
I'm sitting in my car, yeah.
Okay. What about the Monopoly? There's tissues there if you'd like.
Thank you.
We can take a break as well if you need.
Yeah, can we take one?
Yes, of course.
Okay. I'm good.
I'm really sorry that you've been through what you've been through. I'm really sorry that at such a young age, you thought maybe you found the one, that we were in a relationship that sounds like, and there were some things that were cut, and that's okay, but that was quite toxic and harmful, and we fell out of our marriage almost immediately, and then we're left with this massive financial burden that it was a stupid mistake to take through the marriage, even with his income. But either way, now it's all laid on us. And the coping. Where are you doing the Monopoly Go stuff at?
On my phone.
Yeah, well, yeah, but like, is that when you're home?
Yeah,
Is
like
that your
whenever
distraction when
yeah,
you're home?
Whenever I'm home, when I'm watching TV.
Okay. So, yep, there's your rejected item fee, rejected item fee, rejected item fee. Overdrafting, $35, $35, $35. I mean, dude, you were trying to pay for something there. Chimmy's Monopoly Gold when we were
Well, also
Monopoly Go when we had negative $21 in our account.
So that Apple Bill one is
Mhm.
actually my Peacock streaming service.
There's nothing even on there, dude.
I know.
There's,
The 1081's for my
out
Peacock.
of all the ones to overdraft with, something that doesn't have anything to watch.
I mean, but Peacock gives me my Law and Order, so.
So we're on order.
And Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
Everyone needs a comfort show.
Yep, that's one of mine, along with Criminal Minds.
And then IHOP, that's what took us under. The IHOP took us under. Dutch Bros, the Vault, this just continues. Our spending, even with the, at least we understand now why. There's a why behind. It's the Cope, Mystic Marks, Crocs, Wingstop, Dutch Bros, Chili's, Kalashis, Sephora.
I also know what my habit is too. Is at the moment my bank account gets money, I run with it.
Okay.
I don't stop.
Now,
it.
then I have to ask then.
Mhm.
You said, I know my habit is.
Mhm.
If you know that's your habit, what have we done to try to counteract that and try to better ourselves?
In most recent weeks, like not even just like recent weeks, probably like 2 weeks ago, I started doing this because whenever I hit $150 negative in my account, I knew I needed to get help, and I knew I needed to start helping.
That's when you reached out?
Yes.
Okay, but that was halfway through the month.
Yeah.
Or through the statement. And your statement leads up to almost just a few days
Yeah.
ago. Which, by the way, again, calling out
I know.
you bullshit at the beginning.
What do you mean?
You said these last few weeks I've stopped and I'm just eating at home.
Well,
These statements do not reflect that.
what date is on the statements?
This gets all the way up to like almost a week ago.
A week ago? What was I doing?
Pretty
a
close
week
to
ago?
it.
What was I doing a week ago?
A lot of it was the Monopoly stuff, which that's not going out to eat, but
Yeah. Most
it isn't just going out to eat.
it's my Monopoly go-to. I know.
Well, but it could be a lot of things. It
Mhm.
can be a lot of things. It's not only putting calories in your body. So there's more Monopoly, Chick-fil-A, Kalashi Factory, McDonald's, DoorDashing, F with B. I don't think
What was
FWB is what that typically means.
I know, me neither. I'm like, what is that?
DC FWB.
I don't know what that was.
Imperial Vape, Dutch Bros. Do you vape?
Yes, I do.
Oh, okay. Well, I was hoping that you didn't because of you said it was just for drinks.
Yeah, some like the smaller purchases I know are for drinks and everything, but I'm trying to quit right now.
That's an incredibly hard habit, and you have my sympathy for the longevity of your life, man.
Yeah, that's also another coping mechanism I have. That's better than
Absolutely.
scratching my skin off.
Mm,
I'm gonna take a quick drink of water real quick, by the way.
please hydrate. We love hydration. Imperial Vapor Company. This is their campus checking.
Mhm.
There's more Monopoly and Poke and TP BlackRock. Apple, Monopoly, Chipotle, Monopoly. That
That
guy.
was out of anger. I know exactly which that because I remember how afterwards. That's the
Did someone come down and like tear a house down?
No, what happened was so my ex-husband, I get paid alimony for my ex-husband, and he had sent me money, and I forgot what he did that day, but he made me pissed off, and so I was like, it's not my money, it's his money, I'm gonna spend it.
Okay. And you spent it
On Monopoly.
Okay. That man in his funny little hat is controlling your life.
Yes. It's like Uncle Sam.
People have requested that I do a live Q&A for a while now, and I'm excited to announce that I finally am. On Wednesday, March 20th at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. West Coast, we have an exclusive live Q&A for anyone taking or has already taken our budgeting program. It has changed thousands of people's lives, and we're constantly receiving testimonials from those saving money and fixing their financial future, showing that we made the best budgeting program in the history of the internet at the best price. Sign up using the link in the description below and join me for the Q&A where I answer your questions live. And $305 is the current balance and the savings.
Mhm.
Well,
That
we
was
took
from-
out like all our money and then we put some in. So
That was from today. that was a screenshot from today because I got paid a couple of days ago. And
So you put some in.
yes.
It's a good starting spot. I can appreciate that. So, $2,251. It's gonna be hard to live off of in general if we ever try to move out, and you certainly need to, at some point when you feel ready, get life on the move. But we're making under $30,000 a year.
Yep. So my previous job, my stepsister was getting married in May, and then my parents and I went to Scotland that year in 2022. Because my mom was running a half marathon in Scotland, and they were paying for everything.
Okay.
So the only thing I was going to pay for was going to be essentially like the stuff I wanted, but like my
Black Diablos. Is a what? What is Black Diablos? Highest research level in Monster Hunter World. There is a master rank one. How do I find it? So once level 4, I need to find. Need to find a master rank one.
Housing and my flight was well booked for and everything, so I didn't have to pay a thing for it. So we were going to Scotland for 2 weeks, and then my stepsister was getting married a week after that. So I went into work one day and I sat my boss down. I was like, hey, this is what's going on in my month of May. I know it's super busy. And essentially I was like, I can work, you know, book me for double days, but my stepsister is getting married. I kind of need to be there. She's my family.
Sure.
And my boss essentially asked me if I could push back her wedding.
It's a bit weird. We're only hearing your side of the story.
Yeah.
That is okay.
Yeah. So I then was like, I can't do that because, and also at the time too, I was really stressed out because of school and everything. So I quit my job, and I was unemployed for probably about 3 months. And then I picked up,
Wait, when was this?
2022.
Oh, okay.
And then I went to work at a customer service rep position, and then I had to leave it because of college in January. And then I went back to retail.
Okay. What were you making? I mean, you were in college at the same time, right?
When I went back to retail, or whenever I was at the customer service rep position.
Did you try to get someone to cover your shift?
The
That's usually what happens in
the
retail
schedule
and
wasn't even
food.
made yet. I sat her down 6 months in advance to talk about it.
Oh, this was 6 months in advance? I thought you said like this Friday. Okay.
Oh no.
So
Like, if
you
we're
just
looking at it-
quit and walked away?
No, I put in my 2 weeks, and then I walked away. Yeah. So yes, technically yes, that's what it is.
Is right now the most you've ever made?
No.
What was the most you've ever made?
About $2,400 a month, so a little bit under.
Okay, so
And
you've
but
never
at the
really
time,
made
at
much.
the time too, I had never had been in this financial situation. Whenever I was making 24 a month, it was
Listen,
my car was paid off, everything.
what you did then is what you did then. All that matters is you've grown. We've all made mistakes in the past. I'm not defining you based on what you did 2 years ago. I mean, you're 23 right now. I mean, it doesn't. It's okay. We don't need to go back in your history because what defines you is what you do right now. And I'm not going back and digging through your past. I'm not a weirdo.
I've had that happen to me a couple of times, and then they come up to me and they ask me certain questions. I'm just like, why did you go through that?
Really? Like what?
This one guy asked me one time, oh, well, like, did you go to this high school? Because there's a picture of me at one of their homecoming games. And I was like, no, I went to this one. They're like, oh, that makes more sense on why you have this photo on your Twitter. And I was like, you stalked all my social medias?
I judge you for what you're doing now.
Of course.
What you're doing now, not what you did then. You know, people expect perfection your entire life. What you're doing now matters. What you're doing going forward is what matters, and that's what defines your life. What scares me is your income situation. I just feel like we're going to need to... I mean, yeah, just like with most guests on the show, I'm happy to... I don't know if it's what you want to work in, but I'm happy to offer you a certification through Course Careers, which is... can help land positions in tech career. Typically, it's better for like a resume boost, but
I'm actually in the process. I'm actually currently in the process of possibly getting another job soon.
What?
A customer service rep position. I'll be going back to the same company. I'd be actually bringing in a lot more.
Yeah. What?
I have to do the math real quick. About 36 a month.
Okay. Yeah. No, that's progress.
Yeah.
That's absolutely progress.
They were currently in the middle of doing some stuff with their company, so I was not able to hear back from them. I'm actually supposed to call the person who's going to be my boss and talk to him about it and see if I got in for a second interview.
$43,000 a year. Definitely not terrible for 23. Did you complete college?
Not yet. No, I have an associate's though.
Well, it's okay. Well, so how far are you away from a bachelor if you go back?
I'm currently back actually. I believe I'm only about a year and a half out from getting my bachelor's.
I mean, if we go and we try to get a degree or a certification or anything, it's like we commit to that, but we have to get our finances in order as well. Towards the beginning of the conversation, you were like, yeah, my friends, we went down to San Antonio and we got, fucked up,
Yeah.
like that.
That's stupid. That was very stupid of me.
We can't, deflect and put blame on other people for our own choices.
Yeah.
Going forward, that's not going to be something that I'm going to just sit here and be okay with. That should not be something that you're okay with.
I'm not. I try not to be, at least.
We need to know when to stand up for ourselves and say, I just can't afford this. The future of my life matters.
Yeah, I know.
And I'm trying to do good.
I know I have a really bad problem of not saying no. And I, a couple of days ago, I just started doing it because I was scared of what everyone was going to think of me. I had a really bad case of FOMO. And I didn't want to miss out on anything that anybody was doing.
That's okay.
And then, but then it was, like I said, that whole 150 being under $150 in my account, I have never felt so helpless in my life.
Yeah.
And I felt like crap reaching out for money and reaching out for help because I needed it.
Let that be the bottom. Everyone who's going not only through bad things, but are doing bad things, making mistakes, which I know you've been through a lot and been through bad things, but you're also making a ton of mistakes with your own spending. Everyone needs to find their rock bottom to crawl their way up. I found my rock bottom years and years ago, and I've crawled my way back up. It is an okay place to be. I want that to have been it. I don't want to see your rock bottom be 2 years from now.
God, no.
Let this be it. Let this be your wake-up call, man.
It is. That's why I'm here, is because I need help. I feel like I'm on intervention or something right now. Just
That's essentially what the show is. It's
a financial intervention.
It's the kitchen nightmares. I'm calling out all the bull to try to get the gears in work. It's not an investing show. Some people want it to be that. I don't know why.
I mean, you would probably give a really good talk about how to invest money.
Well, there's certifications necessary for that. There's not certifications necessary for this. So if you do go back to college, though, I hope you land this job. Well, first of all, this job. Okay, sorry. A few things I want to ask. This job, how likely are you to land it? You said you're in the process of it.
I feel confident about it.
Okay, so it's not, you haven't been offered.
Yeah, I have not been offered yet officially.
So we're not going to rely on it then.
But the good thing is whenever the corporate office interviewed me, they saw already that I had worked there, and I feel really confident about it. I'm not 100% certain. Just right now, because this was about a month ago. No, 3 weeks ago, they interviewed me.
Okay. So if you do go back to college, how do you plan to pay for it?
Currently, I applied for FAFSA, and I pay with the Pell Grant because I'm an online school. I'm at LSU Online. So as long as I take...
What's the price of LSU Online?
$400 per credit hour.
Okay.
And my Pell Grant covers majority of it.
Okay.
Like I don't like if I was only taking the only reason why I've taken 2 classes this semester is because I didn't go in for spring 1, which would put me at my limit I need to be at to keep my Pell. I have to take 2 classes this semester, just because if I don't, I'm then in jeopardy of losing my Pell Grant, which means then I have to wait a whole other year to get it back again.
Are you gonna have to take out any debt?
Yes, for this,
You're
only for this
in so much
semester.
debt.
Only for this.
Why
semester.
only this semester?
Because I have to keep my Pell. If I can keep my Pell, if I lose my Pell, I have to wait a whole other year. But if I can keep my Pell, I can go back.
Oh, why do you have to borrow though?
Because it's gonna cost probably about.
You're not. This is online though, and you're living at home.
Yeah.
Why not cut back all your spending and try to cash flow?
I've been
Yeah, that hasn't been
Yeah.
trying.
Yeah.
Come on, don't with me. It's not a joke. Don't with me. If we're having the conversation, you're here to get a wake up call. You already said you are. I'm great. Awesome. That's awesome. Don't with me. Don't try to. Don't with me.
Mm-hmm.
Just acknowledge your and that's okay. You can walk away and do better from here. But don't be like, oh, I'm doing great.
I'm not doing great. No. So I am gonna take out a loan just because of me needing to keep my Pell.
Cash. You don't make a ton, but your expenses are basically nothing except for the car.
Yeah.
Fine, let's do your budget, and we'll see where your expenses are. Here's where your spending was, by the way. Reminder, you spent $1,000 more than you brought home. But of that spending, debt payments was 20.5% or $646.33. Your phone total was 2.7% or $86.05. What's your phone plan?
T-Mobile, $50, but I'm also paying off a brand new phone.
When you're done paying that off, do Helium. It's $20 a month. Uses the same towers. Transportation, 1.3 or $40.14. It's probably gas. Do you have car insurance?
Yes. Yes, I do. I do have car insurance. I do.
Where's the payment?
My parents paid for it.
Okay, that's okay.
Because I accidentally linked up their bank account.
Well, you say they don't help you, but come on, they're putting a roof over your head. They're paying for car insurance.
They are helping me, but I'm paying them back currently for the car insurance.
Oh, so you're in debt to them?
Yes.
How much?
As of right now, 1,000. Because that's how much my car note was. That's how much my car insurance was.
Yeah, but that's gonna come back. Car insurance isn't a one-time payment.
I know. I'm currently in the process of getting a new car insurance.
Oh. Food. There it is. 16.3% of your spending are $513.28. That can go towards college. Unknown shopping. 7.1% or $223.81. Mostly Amazon through that. Oh, here we go. There's a Monopoly. Loot crates. 29.1% of your spending or $917.43. That's 9% higher. 9% higher than you put towards your debts. Improving your life, getting out of debt, making sure you're able to move on, making sure you can cash flow school, making sure that you are able to retire and not die on the Walmart floor. Instead, Monopoly. Other large purchases, 21.4% or $675. The percentages work me up. It just kills me. You're throwing away your future. It just kills me. But I get why. Your logic wasn't incorrect. It's still bad decisions, but it still kills me. Yeah, your gas was $40.14. Grocery shopping, $25. $25. That's all that went to HEB. $25. And then we just ate out.
Oh, that was because I needed just to get my medicines. I don't pay for my groceries, my parents do.
Oh! Yeah. Unknown shopping, $57.07 from Amazon and Walmart, $161.33, and we know none of those are groceries because you just said you don't pay for groceries, so we may as well throw them in the column. Meaning, bullshit. Well, let me look at the large payments. Scrubs Beyond those for work. With ATM withdrawal, $120. We don't know where that went.
Oh, that went to my nail lady because she doesn't pay. You pay her cash, not my card.
Oh. Your miscellaneous BS wasn't even. It wasn't even the Monopoly. It was Amazon Prime, rodeo, vapes, buckles, carols, tattoos, Crocs.
That's whenever
Sephora, House of Sports. And then in the other large purchases, you had $471.70. 7 cents on Monopoly. That means out of this pie chart, 70% at a minimum of your spending, 70% went to like legitimate that doesn't matter. It was a cope. Yes, I get it, but I need to call it out because that is a disgusting percentage that is going to hold your life back. That is going to prevent you from living the life that you can live if you actually choose to get your together.
Why do you think I'm here? Is to get my
No,
together.
I know, but I gotta yell about your actions right in front of me because this is just ridiculous. 70%. It's making me have to cough. I'm choking on your 70%.
That's what she said. Sorry.
$40 for gas. So this $1,000. Are you doing a minimum monthly payment to your parents? How's this working?
We haven't drawn up any official like because my parents are gonna give me a contract and we haven't done that yet. Because yeah. $2,251.82 for our income. Debt minimum monthly payments. We don't know because we don't have whatever that's going to be. And you got to prepare for your new car insurance. This is going to take a big chunk out of this. You ever gotten a ticket? No.
Good. Car crash?
No, that one fell off.
Good. So debt minimum monthly payment, shocker, pretty much completely the car, but a little bit more from the 2 credit cards. $725.37. Don't pay anything for rent. Do you pay anything for utilities or internet, or is it all covered?
All covered.
That's incredible. Good. Phone total, what was it? It was like
that's only for 1 month because there was a credit in my account.
what's it normally?
$130.
Oh.
Because okay, so what happened was my ex-husband was paying for my phone bill, and then right before he left, right about like 2 months ago, he told me that essentially he was going to switch over. He was going to give me my own line. Well, whenever I went to go pay for my phone line for the month, he didn't switch over the equipment, which was the actual phone itself, because literally the 2-3 nights right before the big fight that caused me to leave, he told me to go get a new phone. So I had this brand new spanking new phone, and so I'm paying for my phone line and paying off my phone right now.
Okay. Toilet paper fund, everything you need to survive. It's less than you need. It's less than usual because you have a lot of covered with the family. $75 a month. Groceries. If you chose to only eat at home and pack sandwiches and take them with you, will your parents pay for it, or are you gonna pay for some?
I'll pay for some.
Do you need to pay for some, or will your parents pay for it?
My parents will pay for it, but sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
I will pay for it, but most likely I will pay for some.
I'm gonna need $150. It's a guess.
Mm-hmm.
It's a guess. What was your phone again? One more time.
$130. Okay. Because I just paid that 2 days ago.
I gotcha. Ongoing prescription. What was it? $25?
Mm-hmm.
Gym? Anything like that?
No.
Cause canceling all subscriptions. What was Peacock?
Like
How much is that?
$10.
Okay, Peacock. That's it. You get to pick one $10 subscription.
Mm-hmm.
That's all you get. So this should be. Your needs are so fucking minimal, except for your debt. So this should be simple. We should be able to get through this budget. Unlike a lot of people.
How many calculators do you go through a week? Because it seems like you push them very angrily.
Numbers are stressful, but I've never broken one somehow. $1,155.37 is what you need to survive. Congratulations, you make double that. There should be no issues here. Does this mean you could go out and rent? Probably not. On this income, that's going to be hard. On this income with that debt, if you did not have the car debt, yes, we can afford a rent, a cheap place to rent. First, what do we have remaining? $1,096.45. Okay, that's your grand leftover. Y'all, this is the time to switch to my favorite high yield savings account. With SoFi, you can get 4.6% on your money. I hate when my money is just losing value, so make sure you're keeping up with inflation at the very least. You can also get FDIC insurance on that money up to $2 million with them. Plus, they'll give you money up to $300 when you set up an account with them. There's even extra perks like being able to get paid a couple days early. SoFi is what I use when I'm setting money aside, and it is the banking app of the future. Sign up, link in the description below. I always want my money to be making more money, so don't lose money on yours. I have an idea. Hey, producer, Mr. Noah producer, take her VIN that has been blacked out on this document, get the unredacted version, look it up in just good condition on KBB. Give me the car value. And we'll take a pause while he does that.
Okay.
We can hydrate.
I think whenever we looked it up, it was approximately 30.
Huh?
Whenever we looked it up, it was approximately 30. Because we looked it up whenever I first came back to Texas.
When was that?
November.
Okay, we're gonna get a current value.
Yeah. Because originally we were like, let's get this car traded in. That was the original plan with it. And then, yes, I did.
And here's a word from our sponsor. Calculators. You can beat them. You can type numbers. And they'll give you numbers back.
Whenever I first came back, we were looking into it and everything. And I would have had a bigger loan takeout than actually on the car now.
Yes, but I think if we can get a decent valuation on this car, I think we could actually save you and just heartburn.
Yeah.
Coming
And
years.
stress. I have so many gray hairs from this car.
No, your hair's pink.
Thank you. 36,918.
That's incredible. For a 2018 car?
2021.
Oh, okay.
77479.
The car's worth 18,000. You said 30?
No, 30 on it, yeah.
Yeah, the math is not math. Oh, when did you buy this?
April of last year.
You got fucked.
I know I did. I bent over and took it like the person I was.
Okay.
Sorry.
Please. This is a finance show, don't you know? Can't make jokes. Okay, well, typically what I'd want to do is like...
Sell the car.
Well, I'll give the whole... You sell... Well, you take a loan out, a personal loan out for... It's not going to make sense in your situation. Gosh. So what you would need to borrow is... You would need to borrow $12,656, but then you'd have to borrow an additional $10,000 to get a car that's going to last you a bit, which is... You'd have to borrow $22,656, which, yeah, that saves you $8,000. So if that's worth it to you, that's something you could do. If you can even qualify for that, like personal loan or anything, but you essentially borrow the difference, then sell the car for that value, pay off the loan, and then you also have an additional $10,000 that you borrowed, and you then get a $10,000 car in cash that will, cash, it's the loan, but you're getting a car that's safe and reliable and will last a few years, get certified by a couple mechanics. Wow, that saves you $8,000, which technically in this system, if we cut down completely to necessities, is 8 months. That is 8 months. If you refinance down this to 7%, that's still bad. It's not as bad as you are now interest rate wise, but it is not a good interest rate, and it's on a depreciating asset at 60 months long, which you're just hoping. Luckily, you have low miles on this car, but you're just hoping and hoping and hoping nothing happens. KBB usually undervalues cars anyway, so you might be able to get
gap insurance too on that car right now. So if anything does happen to it, anything that's left over in that loan will be paid for by the insurance.
Even if you do sell it, you might get an extra $2,000 more than KBB is suggesting, because sometimes they kind of undervalue cars. So that's an option worth considering, depending how much work you want to put in that versus how much work you want to put into paying off debt. But what I am 100% doing, first month, setting aside that extra you have. I'm living on my minimum necessities for a little bit. Paying, setting that aside, 1 month emergency fund. Cool. Then, next month, I'm paying off Alta and most of Discovery. And then I'm just wiping Discovery after that. Then the month after that, month number 4, I'm paying back parents totally.
Okay.
And that's that. Now, that might ebb and flow based on, do you start picking up car insurance, and what does that eat out of your budget?
Mhm.
And you know what? Actually, I take it back. I am doing the personal loan. I am bringing it down to $22,000 of debt. Not good debt, bad debt. Might be higher interest rates. But why am I doing that? Because right now your minimum monthly payment's insanity for the length of the loan and for the current interest rate of the loan. And what I would be doing for then, again, maybe you get the customer service job. It's great. I'm putting up the Pell Grant. How many hours are you going to be able to work?
With school, I can still work the same amount.
And then
Because that job would be a 9 to 5, so I would be out of work at 5 o'clock, 5:30 by the latest. Go home, eat dinner, and then do school.
Completely online. Okay, yeah,
Mhm.
LSU online. It still takes 2 years to pay off the car at your current income. If you're able to boost your income with this other job, maybe you take care of the $22,000 in a year and a half, year and a quarter. In which case, it would be, if you do that in a year and a quarter, which would be incredible, I think more a year and a half, then this is a total 2-year process. Then let's call it another 4 months if you go aggressive to save up a 6-month emergency fund. So that's probably how long you're staying at home, is until you're 25,
Okay.
25 and a half.
I figured
Maybe
right around
26.
there, definitely with this economy right now and what apartments I've been looking like in Houston.
This economy, what does that mean? I feel like that's the excuse that people just throw
so
out.
whenever I was looking at, whenever I first moved back and everything, I was trying to get a plan together so I could sit down with my parents and be like, this is my plan. And when I did a 1-bedroom apartment in Houston, and even like in the Richmond area, which is like on the outskirts of Houston, was about $1,500 to $1,200 a month just for the base pay of the apartment.
Okay, so you're just talking about the rental
Yeah.
situation. And the rental situation is actually cheaper and more affordable compared to housing prices than it's like been in decades. So
Yeah.
that's saying something.
But I have been keeping an eye on that too, just so I can adjust my plan as.
Well,
and I've not been following that plan at all.
Once you get the 6-month emergency fund, you're going to have to adjust your 6-month emergency fund to what it's going to be after you include rent as well.
Okay.
So it might take closer to 3 years, and that is totally fine. If at that point you are 26 years old, you have a degree, you're moving out, you're doing all these things, you can start investing. You still have a lot of time for compound growth. You have a lot of decades left. You have chances to meet more people, make better friends that aren't all gossipy behind the back crap. You have a chance to meet the love of your life. There's a lot of life to be lived. Sacrificing for 3 years gets your financial life. You can start then maxing out 401ks, open Roth IRAs.
So actually, I had a question for you about that. Actually, what is better, a 401k or a Roth IRA?
Well, a lot of workplaces you can get a Roth 401k, and typically that comes with the match. Sometimes people will say, and this is less so these days, but like maybe because of the limited options within a 401k, sometimes a Roth IRA can be better if you want to get a little fancy. And sometimes the fees are a little more in a 401k if you have limited options.
That's what my stepdad has as a Roth IRA right now.
Well, you should have both in reality.
Okay.
So, I mean, what I would want to see is try to contribute as much, max out your Roth IRA, minimum take the contribution at all times in your 401k. You can even I even buy 5% of my portfolio this is not advice, but my portfolio is 5% in individual stocks through like Moomoo. That's just another thing I like to play with. So there's a lot of options.
Okay.
That's like 3 years down the road.
Okay.
So I'm happy to talk with you about it then. But for now, I think this is a 3-year process. If you increase your income, if not, it's going to be a 4 to 5 year process.
Okay.
So that job, if you don't get that job, apply to similar jobs like it.
Okay.
Take resume building things online, use a program, get it peer reviewed by someone. There's a lot we can do to improve your situation. So that's my diagnosis. What do you think your financial score is today?
A 3 out of 10.
If you want your Hammer financial score, you can get it for free. The link is in the description below. Let's get your Hammer financial score. Spending your budget was some of the worst I've ever seen. 75% of we have debt and we're missing payments. 0 out of 10. Debt, I want to do a 0 because you're missing a payment, and I'm not going to go that route. But with that card, your income, it's not any better than a 3 out of 10. Emergency fund, technically you put a little bit towards it now. $300, so 1 out of 10. Retirement, there's nothing, right? Yeah, 0 out of 10. Real estate's nothing, 0 out of 10. So right now, your Hammer Financial score rounded up is a 1 out of 10. Make sure to check out all the links in the description below. They are resources that I use or would use in specific situations, including the best budgeting program in the history of the internet.
Today on the Financial Audit Post Show.
And over time, I was noticing more and more lies were coming to light. That's also whenever I found the text messages too between. He said some really messed up things to me.
Sure.
That I was like, what the heck?
To watch the Financial Audit Post Show and follow-up episodes, click the join button below.
I'm very optimistic. Something will
Yeah,
happen.
but that's stupid as You gotta live in the real world.
I mean, sometimes you have to take a risk.
That's not taking a risk. That's being a dumb.
Most business owners took a risk and were in debt.
You're just not paying because you're like, I'm hoping it'll be forgiven. That's completely different than what you just said.
How do I pay it if I have a business?
Money.
Hey, my name is Val. I'm 28 years old. I'm from Los Angeles, California, and this is Financial Audit.
What do you do for a living in Los Angeles?
I own a juice shop inside of a church.
A what shop?
A juice shop.
Juice.
Yeah, not Jew.
Yeah.
Juice.
Inside of a church. I was like, wait.
Yeah. No.
What's happening? All right.
Juice, cold
Little
pressed
conversions shop in the church. Okay. Cool. And how does that do?
Not good. It's inside of a church.
Why'd you open up a juice shop inside of a
Because
church?
it was only $390, so
What was only $390?
the rent.
But it's in a church, which is probably why the rent was.
I know. I realized that. That's why I'm in debt.
Oh, okay. Well, how much does the church bring in? No, not the church. The juice shop.
The juice shop. First 6 months, I was only bringing in about $3,000 a month, which is insane. That was barely enough to pay for my employee and for produce,
Why do
supplies.
you have an employee?
I thought it was going to be booming.
No, you launch it. You launch it, and then you bring on employees when you scale. That's what I did.
I mean,
sorry. Go ahead.
Downey is like they call it the Beverly Hills for Mexicans. So I figured, you know what? I made it. I made it into the Beverly Hills of Mexicans. I thought this place is going to be booming. I need an employee.
Did you question why the rent was so cheap?
I didn't. I did not.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So $3,000 is what you were making,
And then I decided to take a 3-month break because I was spiraling out of control, and I started doing Uber for 3 months until I dug myself out of the hole. And now
What hole?
My debt hole.
not out of your debt hole.
I'm not.
Okay.
But now I probably make, I want to say that combined with my street vending that I do on Sundays, I make around $7,000 to $9,000 in total.
I think you're
revenue.
missing one of your key jobs.
Yeah.
There.
Yeah.
Oh, what's the other one?
Having pay pigs?
Wild. term.
Yeah. That's another stream of income.
How much comes in from pay pigs?
So I just got a pay pig 10 days ago, and I've gotten $1,000 so far.
What
And-
do you have to do as a pay pig?
I have
get
to
$1,000?
humiliate them. I have to call them losers and tell them they have small.
Like
That's all I have to do.
just text them that?
Yeah, text them
It's not
message.
even a video chat?
No video chat, no
You get
pictures.
$1,000?
Yeah. One time he did ask me to send him a selfie of me flipping him off, but that's about it. And he sent
I
me.
feel like he could just talk to AI, and the AI would just tell him he's a loser.
But see, it's the charisma, the personality that they're, I guess, striving for. It's not the same.
So you just got one?
I just got one.
How?
Okay, so after I went broke and I took a break from my business, I decided to hop on social media. I was like, you know what? My life is a disaster. Let me just put my life on there for clout. Maybe it'll help my business.
Life on what?
My
Just all
disaster, my
socials?
life. Yeah, on Instagram mostly. I couldn't understand TikTok, but mostly on Instagram. And I guess there was so many hate comments from men that I just decided to talk back to them. And I guess the pay pig realized, oh, this girl can humiliate me.
Oh my
And he
God.
messaged me. He's like, hey, can I pay for your clothes? And I'm like, sure. He's like, but you just gotta call me a small loser. And I was like, okay, sure. And then next thing you know, Cash App $150, and then next $50,
Oh,
and then
I saw.
$100.
Oh, I saw.
Yeah. So
There's a boyfriend sitting over there. How does he feel?
he completely sponsors it.
All right.
Yeah. As long as I'm not sending anything inappropriate, he's all for it. Helps buy us dinner. as we call it, Din Din. We call him the guinea pig.
Okay, so we're
Okay.
making $7,000 to $9,000 a month. A lot of it's self-employed. Are we setting money aside for taxes?
We are not.
What the how is this like the ongoing narrative for every single person in the history of this
It's
world?
just, it's like, okay, do I pay my taxes or do
Yes.
I invest in the business?
Pay your taxes.
I owe so much in taxes. I think I owe
How much do you owe in
seven.
taxes?
I think I owe $9,000 now, and that's only from like 4 quarters or 3 quarters, maybe.
we
I
didn't
don't.
even have that, did we? That's wild.
Yeah, yeah. So
What
I don't
are-
have $9,000 right now.
You make $9,000 a month if you budgeted correctly. You,
Uh.
I know what your spending looks like. You could have $9,000.
If I make $9,000, how am I gonna pay $9,000 in taxes?
Not in a single month, but you could do this over the course of a couple quarters if your
Uh-huh.
spending wasn't what it is. And I know what it is.
But the IRS is gonna get me either way, so might as well keep, I don't know, investing in my business.
That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense.
It's like,
If they're gonna,
okay.
that doesn't. If they will get you either way, why not be prepared for the time they come and get you?
Okay, look.
What's gonna happen?
I could give them the $9,000, but then my business will stay where it's at, or I can use that money,
Or they'll just come and destroy you.
I think they'll be nicer.
They can. If
I'm in
you
a church.
If you proactively reach out,
Mhm.
you're a private business within the
Uh-huh.
church. Yeah.
Yeah, one time they reached out and I accidentally answered, and the lady just killed me. She completely like nailed me down. She's like, "You're so irresponsible." I'm like, "Look, lady,
So you think they're gonna be nice
Uh-huh.
after the one phone call you've had with them was not nice?
I thought they'd be understanding. Apparently, they didn't care."
They're willing to be more understanding if you reach out and be like, "Yo, I up a little bit."
I heard horror stories of like, you know what? They're gonna
So
take
you're
away your
just putting
business.
it off. Exactly. So you're just putting it off. That's going to make it bad.
I know.
That's
I took the risk and I said, you know what? Maybe my business can grow, and then I
That's
can
the
give them
stupidest. Has the business grown?
slightly, very
Okay,
slightly, not
from
enough to
3,000
pay.
to what?
To 7,000 to 8,000.
So it's more than doubled.
It's more than double, but I have so much debt that I don't know what to pay. It's like, do I pay
A
the
lot of it's in
IRS?
collections.
Yeah.
Always pay the IRS is the rule.
Uh-huh.
So it is the rule.
It's like, do I pay my business? Do I invest in it? Do I pay the IRS? Do I pay collections? What do I pay? Like, what do I do?
I'm gonna call him out by name because he deserves it for this one.
Oh God.
But my producer Noah wants you to do a pay pig role play with me.
Okay.
So if you want to see that, stick to the end of this episode. Oh my gosh.
Will I be the pay pig or will you?
You know
You
what?
be the
Actually,
pay
let's do
pig.
that in the post show. We'll do
Okay.
that in the post show
Okay.
because that doesn't fit in financial audit. So we'll do that in the post show.
Okay. You might be
where
into
there's
it. Who
no
knows?
limits.
You might be into it. Hmm.
I am taken. Thank you very much.
So am I.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
If you're looking to save on your expenses, a great place to start looking is at your phone bill. I've recently had a lot of people around me switch to Helium Mobile, and it's been awesome for them when they're trying to budget. It has unlimited data, texts, and calls with amazing coverage just for $20. Think about how much money that can save you per year. I connected my friends and family to Helium Mobile because they were spending up to $100 per month on their phone bill, and that's just insane. So because of this, they'll now be saving up to $1,000 per year. This is a no-brainer if you're looking for a great way to keep money in your pocket. If they can save that much money, you probably can too. All that being said, they're actually sponsoring this video to help you guys get a free trial in your first month. Again, that's 30 days of free unlimited data, texts, and calls on your first try. Just use my promo code Caleb in the link in the description below. All right, so we have a Honda Accord.
Mhm.
It looks like this thing's paid off about halfway through.
Yes, correct.
Cool. Now, with this car, the interest rate is not that insane,
Mhm.
but we're sitting at a total balance of $12,891.79 with a minimum monthly payment of $403 a month. And I can see that hurting when we're, when the business wasn't making much money.
Definitely.
It's a big chunk.
Mm-hmm. You see, I was able to
But we're-
afford it up until last year. I was pretty responsible up until last year. And now I'm in this big hole.
And it's sitting at 5.49% interest. What
Mhm.
happened last year?
I took the risk of opening in a church, and that completely.
So that was last year.
That was last year. That was during the summer. Before that, I was pretty responsible. I think I had
How long
like
is your lease?
It's supposed to end in June, and then I'm supposed to possibly renew it if they
Well, obviously don't, right?
Uh-huh.
If you're showing a little bit of success in there, maybe take it to a place that has more foot traffic. I assume there's decent foot traffic in there, but I mean, I'm just speaking my own history on this one.
Mhm.
Are people, when they go to church, are they getting juice? I think they're getting coffee and donuts.
I'm not allowed to sell to the church people. Okay, so
Is this like a uber mega church where it's just like a mall?
So this church is
So
historic.
confused.
It's like 130 years old, but legally there cannot be a commercial business in a church. So there's a nonprofit that reached out to me who rents in the church, who's like, "Hey, why aren't you an extension? Why? Let's invite you over to be an extension of our program." So that's the only way I was able to sell in there. But the
Who do you sell
loophole is I can only open 4 hours a day weekdays.
to? Okay, it's when that lease is done, I think we're moving. You're gonna have a more expensive rent, but if you're able to prove the business model anyway, what's so special about your juice?
My juice?
Yeah,
Well, it's fresh, it's healthy, and I do live.
sounds like every juice spot in Austin.
I do live in like a low income community, so I guess cold pressed juice is a very relatively new topic. So that's why I was a hit where I originally started selling. But once I moved to Downey, where there's a higher
Where were you before?
in Cudahy,
Well, no, just like what kind of
street vending.
street vending?
Yeah, and I still do that on Sundays, and that does way better than the Downey.
What are you doing?
I know.
Doesn't sound like a.
I know. But believe it or not, I have so many other business friends that took the same route, and now they have like 3 restaurants, and they owe like $250,000 in taxes. So it's like, well, if they did it and they have so many restaurants, why don't I do it?
All right, let's try to.
It's a mess.
Yeah, it is.
I don't know where to start.
We'll talk about that more in a bit.
Mhm.
Let's see where your financial situation stands. Student loans,
This is
7,000.
taxes,
Oh, that's.
but I haven't filed
Wait.
2 quarters.
Oh,
So now
they
I
told me
probably-
it was student loans.
So now I probably owe $9,000 on this.
Naughty. And your
Yes.
taxes are your student loans. Are you paying minimum monthly payments on these? What's
I have
happening?
never made a payment.
Okay, are payments required currently?
I think they are. They started, I believe, last year. You see, I graduated in 2019. COVID happened right afterwards. So we didn't have to pay for 2 years. And then by the time we had to pay, I was in a deep hole. I was in deep.
You let them know you're in deep. You ask for deferral, or you ask to be put on an income-based repayment. We don't just not pay them; they will garnish your wages. They will you.
I was waiting for Biden
And
to.
not in the good ways that you do with your little piggies.
I don't do that. They wish I did that, but I was waiting for Biden to forgive them.
Yeah, how'd that go?
He's gonna get it.
No, he's not. The Supreme Court said no.
He's gonna try again.
The Supreme Court said no. It doesn't matter.
I have
Like,
hope.
Hope doesn't really pay off debt.
I have hope. Our next president will help.
The next the next president is either Biden or Trump.
I know.
They're,
Maybe Trump will find it in his heart to forgive us.
no, he doesn't want to.
Something will
he's
happen.
not for that.
Something will happen.
How are you just saying that? What do you mean? Is this
I
how you
don't
live your
know.
life?
Yes, I'm very optimistic. Something will
Yeah,
happen.
but that's stupid as You got to live in the real world.
I mean, sometimes you have to take a risk.
That's not taking a risk. That's being a dumb.
I don't know. I mean, most business owners took a risk and were in debt.
No, you're just not paying because you're like, I'm hoping it'll be forgiven. That's completely different than what you just said.
But it's like, how do I pay it if I have a business?
Money.
But I need to pay my other debts too. So what do I pay first?
Your other debts are in collections that don't require minimum monthly payments anyway. This one at least requires a minimum monthly payment. So what the are you talking about?
What about the debts I owe to my loved ones?
Well, I don't know about those. But I'm guessing. What's your minimum monthly payment on these?
Okay, on the student
loans.
I haven't checked.
Guessing about $100 a month
For each one or for all of them?
total.
Okay. Yeah, they sold the company, so I don't even have the portal anymore. And I
You
had
got
to.
transferred probably.
Yeah.
You get an email and you just fucking look at it like every other human being did because we all have student loans. You're not special. You're not unique.
I was stressed.
Take care of your. You're gonna be more stressed when they start garnishing from your wages.
Self-care. They actually started garnishing my wages. One of my creditors.
But you make videos where you so I know you like to kink humiliate other people, but you essentially make videos where you kink humiliate yourself based on how bad your own finances are.
Mm-hmm.
So like, why not?
Uh-huh.
Like you're here now.
Uh-huh.
Cool. Let's have the conversation. Why not try to improve them?
I'm trying, but there's just so many.
Not from anything you just said.
There's just so many that I don't know where to start. It's like, do I, like I said, invest
Does
my
it
business?
even matter if you know where to start? Because you're so
Uh-huh.
you're absolutely ridiculously dumb on everything I just said when it comes to student loans.
That
doesn't give me any hope.
But it's like, I have my business taxes. That would be more responsible to
If you
pay
say
first.
the word business one more time, I am burning this building to the ground.
I don't know what to tell you. I have hope that I'll be able to pay everything, but I need to, as you said, maybe contact them first.
Pull it up. Credit Karma.
Okay, gotcha.
553. Yeah. When's the last time you filed taxes?
Last year?
For 2022? Okay.
Yes, I used the Keeper app though. Because at the time, like, I was struggling financially, and I think they only charged me $100 to file them. I don't even.
What is this?
It's from Shein.
Congratulations. What the is this?
I have no idea. It's probably cancerous, but it's cheap. It was like $1.
It's so weird. Like,
very weird texture.
Okay, so yep, there's the. Oh, f off! You have a missed payment on your car.
I do.
Why'd you not tell me that when we were talking about it?
I do. They ended up extending my contract by 2 months.
Huh?
Yeah, they made me pay one payment, and then they extended the last 2 payments I was behind.
Why?
I was struggling again.
Oh.
There's just so many expenses.
Then the collections. Oh, this is endless.
I know.
Oh, this is endless. What are these? What the f is this one for $10,652?
You're going to hate me for saying this, but it was for my business.
I hate you for saying that. What was it?
A juicer cost $7,000. So in 2022, my business actually got really busy to the point that I had to buy a second juicer.
Oh.
But then 5 months later, the business started dying off. So then I couldn't afford that loan anymore.
Oh, this is why we don't leverage it, man. Afford it when you can f***ing afford it. Buy it when you can afford it.
I thought it was an
investment. Look at this bullshit. Uber Eats just popped up with a notification on your phone. I think that's the last thing that someone in your position, I can't pay on my debts. I can't pay a minimum monthly payment on my car. Can't pay a minimum monthly payment on my student loans. I don't think we have the Uber Eats app downloaded on our phone. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
I have the monthly subscription, so it's only for like $2 more.
What are you? Why? You can't afford to pay a minimum monthly payment on your car and student loans. How do you have a subscription to Uber Eats?
It's just $2 more.
Oh, $2 more what?
To get it delivered. I get free delivery, and then you tip the driver.
Businesses have their prices more expensive on Uber Eats. Regardless, the food prices are more expensive there.
Time is money, though. So when I don't
You don't make any money. You don't make any money. So what time? This is the... You say the business brings in this money. That's not what you bring home. You bring home like $1,328 in profits. So you don't make money. Time equals more money. Time equals money. You must have no time because you have no money.
See, if I were going out to eat or cooking, I would have less time.
Sandwich. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. What was $5,625?
That was, okay, so I took out $15,000 in total. So it was 2 loans, one $10,000, one $5,000 juicer, and other business equipment.
Other business equipment.
Yes. So that's what I spent in summer of 2022. And I believe I did 5 payments. And then that's when I completely crashed in the beginning of 2023. And that's when I decided.
Because you moved into the church?
Not yet. It was slow season. It was slow season. So winter.
What does that mean? Winter?
It's juice, cold items. So winter time's the worst time. So I couldn't afford the $700 payment a month.
Why'd you take out a debt then? You know a cold season's coming. No one's buying juice in the cold.
Some winters they do. This past winter was kind of okay-ish, but some winters they do. But that was my first lesson. And then that's when I decided, you know what? I'm drowning in credit card debt that I took out when I was a teen. I'm drowning in this business debt. So I'm just going to file bankruptcy. And I tried to file bankruptcy, and I went to a lawyer, an attorney, and we were going to go through with it, but I didn't have the $1,000 to pay for the whole process. So he told me to come back whenever I had it. So I started saving for it. But then I was presented the opportunity to sell in the church, and I decided to just use those $1,000 to invest in the church. So
I guess you have $0 in retirement.
0. I believe I had money into an IRA, but I took it out when COVID happened.
Why?
Because that was also
There's
another
penalties to take it out.
Yep. I think they took $2,000 of the penalties. I ended up only getting like $3,000. That was the first time I fell into a hole. And then the second time was this past year.
Listen, this conversation hurts. If you've made financial progress anyway over the last year, I want to know what it is. Tell me in the comments below. Make my day brighter.
It's getting better. At least now I have
What are you talking
the
about?
pay pig to keep me afloat while business speeds up. We're getting into spring now. We're getting into summer. That's the busy time of my
Just-
business.
Is our entire future of our life going to dependent on micro? I don't think so. That doesn't sound like a future plan.
Just for now until things start picking up again.
Well, that's a hope thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's a hope thing.
Mm-hmm. I'm marketing. I've improved the recipes. I've improved the consistency, the texture.
Do you have any juice here that I can try?
I couldn't fly it over. TSA took it.
You couldn't make it here?
No, I can't. The juicer weighs 90 pounds.
Oh, you could have made it like a version, right?
It's not the same though. Cold pressed juice, it's the quality of it. That's why it's so expensive. Mm-hmm. See, I have a good product. I have every good concept. It's just the location. And it's like, I can't afford to move.
I hope it's just the location because the
It's
market
just the
also might be
location.
just telling you they don't like it.
No, I have great products. It's just the location. And I can't afford a storefront. So now I'm in a pickle where I
Well,
don't know.
You were doing great on the street.
But it's illegal at the end of the day.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, it's illegal. Like, but our city's super cool. Our mayor is 28. She went to high school with me, so she's super supportive. Other than that, we would get our stuff taken in any other city. Yeah, so it's a little controversial. Some people are against street vendors, but because some
Sounds
don't
like
pay
you're-
taxes.
Well, you should pay taxes.
Uh-huh.
And I think it should be illegal and you should pay taxes and then you're not harassing like customers
Yeah.
with like, hey, you come here, get that.
Oh yeah, of course not.
It's just like, oh,
Uh-huh.
cool food in a park. Like, I'm all about it.
Yeah, it's cool, but it's not sustainable for like long
Oh,
term.
here came little micro, $15 micro,
Uh-huh.
$50 micro, $15 micro, $20 micro, $100, $160 micro, and a $5 micro.
Uh-huh.
Great.
There are other followers too who just like my content of me humiliating myself, talking about my struggles. And they sometimes
That's not why you're here, right? You're not getting like worked up over there
no.
from getting your money done, are you?
You see, I shared the thing that I like to do is share with people that despite having struggles, you can still, follow your dreams, keep going at it. And then in one of my videos where I was being transparent about being in so much debt because of school or my car or my business, a lot of men did not like that. And they had a lot of ugly things to say. And many people actually tagged you. And that's how I found out about the show. I had so many people tag you on that video, completely shaming me, calling me so irresponsible. So that's why I came here and flew all the way here to confirm whether.
Well, to be clear, don't be mean. The guest is on the show to get their wake-up call. They've agreed to me being a little, but don't be mean.
See,
support them, cheer them.
I wanted to come here to hear it from you.
So it sounds like she might get excited from it, but everyone else.
I do not have a humiliation kink. I do not. I'm just very honest, very transparent. I want to guide other girls and women that are in my shoes too.
I have like $40 in a checking account. That's
Mm-hmm.
this is Zell's coming in and GoFundMe and Square. That's the business. And okay, yeah, that makes sense.
See, my spending isn't irresponsible. I
I haven't
hardly
gotten
eat
to your
out.
spending.
It's not
This is
irresponsible.
money coming in.
Mhm.
What are you talking about? I've seen your spending. You don't know what are you?
I don't shop. I don't eat
You
out.
Zelled.
That's for purchases.
Square.
For street vending. Some people
Some
pay
legal
through Zelle.
order, payroll. So you still pay someone?
Legal order, that was when my wages were being garnished. So I had the bank cancel that.
You've already had your wages garnished.
Mhm.
What was that for?
Chase. And Speedy Cash.
And then ADP payroll?
That is my payroll company, but they
know, you
just
have-
terminated me because I was inactive, because I was not using it.
Good.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of Zells for days. Apple Cash, DoorDash. Yeah, makes sense in our situation. ATM, who knows where the that $600 went.
Mm-hmm. I think it's rent money.
Huh?
I think that's the rent money.
Rent. Okay. Amazon, Applebee's. At least eat real food. McDonald's, Taquitos, DoorDash, Pizza Hut, Klarna, Wendy's, Every Table.
That's healthy and it's cheap.
Every Table?
Yeah, it's only
It's
$7
$30.
Yeah, but I bought 5 meals. It's
Okay.
affordable.
It's not the worst.
I don't eat out.
Netflix. More Every Table. Yeah, but that was like a day in between, so that doesn't make any sense.
I really
Smart
like their
and
meals.
Final. Okay, so you just slam
bought
them
more.
down. Well, that doesn't make any sense.
Mm.
More Affirm, Amazon, Grubhub, Poro Cafe. That's what everyone says, and that's why I'm about to yell at you. Apple, Poro's Bakery, Afterpay, Hulu, Coffee, Amazon.
If you divide
Another
that by 30
mobile
days,
purchase.
it's not bad.
We're getting like one a day at this point. California Chicken,
No, no, no,
Amazon,
no, no, no,
Amazon,
no, no, no.
McDonald's, Starbucks, DoorDash, Doghouse, Apple Bill. Quickly Clean Car Wash. That's what we absolutely need to survive.
It's only like $5.
DoorDash is 12. Shut the up. Square Weebly. So is that your website? Or
Yeah, a website.
But 2? Okay. More Every Table, Pizza Hut, Shahabad.
I think that's a gas station.
Okay. Apple Bill, tacos, Amazon coffee, Panera Bread, Facebook, maybe advertisement on there. Okay, Florence Express. What is Smart and Final?
So any grocery charge on there will be for produce for my business.
Yeah.
I used to do wholesale.
This isn't a business checking account, is it?
Yeah, it is, but that's
It
the only
is?
one I have.
But that doesn't make any sense.
My personal account was closed because I had
How are you separating personal and business then?
I'm not.
Well, that's fucking terrible.
I know.
Then why aren't you?
Because I'm on bad terms with Chase and Bank of America because
Go
of
to
my
any other 1,000 banks then.
They're far away from where I live, so it's a little bit more difficult.
You don't have to be there in person at all times. What, you go to your bank once a day?
Probably, but when I
If
need
this is
cash.
if this is your personal checking account, it's a little different. Maybe your business one you need quick access to.
I need to do that. I need to get another account to separate my personal and my business, but I hardly spend on myself though. So at the moment I don't think it's that much of an issue.
Chipotle.
I need to eat. Chipotle's affordable. It's very affordable.
No, that's stupid. It's $25. That doesn't make any sense. Make a sandwich. Are you kidding me?
I'd
Get some
pay.
beans. Get some beans. Get some beans. Get some,
Beans.
oh my gosh. Get some beans. Get some steak. Cook the steak. Meal prep.
Beans. Could have said something else besides beans.
I was just thinking of a Chipotle bowl. All right. Reddit will have a field day with that. Apple, Affirm, DoorDash, DashPass. So we have the Uber Eats one and DoorDash. Great. That's smart. DoorDash, Afterpay, Starbucks.
Oh, we don't support Starbucks, but anyways.
Well, you did.
That I was really hungry. That was the only thing open.
Hungry. That's what I think.
She
Starbucks.
said we don't support Starbucks,
But
but
see,
she
it
has
wasn't that
Starbucks
bad.
on
So you
her
only bring in like
shit.
$2,000 a month, like actually, into your account.
Like on her.
How do you pay
Probably.
rent?
Payment.
Because that dude over
Yeah.
there.
Rent?
See how
payment.
you're surviving?
No. Rent's $1,000. Well, okay.
It was
One
like
person
Starbucks,
who should
and
not
she
be
was like,
named
"We
is one
don't
of my
support
personal
Starbucks."
creditors that
And then
let
she
me
has
borrow
Starbucks on her shit.
$8,000.
Like her
Well,
recent,
I was-
forgot
her
about
recent
those.
pay.
Okay, so there's
Yes.
a person.
Yes. I have 2 individuals who each let me borrow $8,000. And
What are their relationships without naming them?
one is my grandmother,
Oh, that's terrible.
who I live with, but I take care of her.
Yeah, but you're borrowing money from her. What's person 2?
Person 2 is anonymous.
Are you able to say your relationship? Like how they're in your life in
They're
any kind of way?
a close friend who prefers to be anonymous.
So it's a friend.
A friend.
Okay.
Yeah, and they truly believed that I was not being irresponsible, and they were there.
Well, they're incorrect.
That it was for the business.
Yeah. It's Uber's successful business that only needs money going into it and can't take any out. Yeah, okay.
Within
Makes
5
sense. Oh,
years, I will have a franchise. I believe it. I see it. I trust the process.
Oh, what process?
I trust
What
it.
process? What process are you possibly processing? Process.
I mean, you're a business owner. You know the process. You have to start from the bottom and struggle for the first 3, 4, 5 years.
I started a business. I didn't hire anyone until I could afford it. I didn't buy any equipment until I could afford it. I didn't take out debt to grow my business. I didn't quit my full-time job until this was enough to live off of. I scaled my business with the money coming in. Process. Don't tell me about a process. You didn't have a process. Your process is getting and hoping you get in the future.
But then how do you keep up with all the labor if you don't have any employees?
If you if you need labor because there's that much business, then your prices are incorrect if you're not able to offset it and bring some in. Labor is an investment. These people were an investment that I knew would drive more revenue. Your prices are either incorrect or there's not enough demand that you actually need to bring in this labor and you're just being lazy. Or, I mean, you're open 3 hours a day.
4.
So I don't know what the you're talking about, labor.
See, I let my employee go. So now I run it by myself, but
oh, well, there you go.
I still have one for the weekend, but now it's tough because now that business starting picking up, I'm like, oh no, I do not want to fall back into this hole of getting an employee.
Don't.
So I stick it out.
No. Yeah, work your fucking ass off until you can't. Until you are literally turning down business because you do not have enough time. Then you're bringing on people. Until then, you're working yourself to your just bones. As a business owner, as an entrepreneur, grinding it out.
That's why I get DoorDash.
I had the polar opposite of you here. I had Jenny. She's a YouTuber. We hung out these last couple of days. She was awesome. And she grinds every second of her life. She's built up to 2 million subscribers. She's being very successful. She's doing all this. And she's working like 18 hours a day. And she's only started to bring on a little bit of help because she knows it delivers even more and more value that she is no longer capable of because she's working too many hours. That's an entrepreneur. That's someone who's working. That's someone who's bringing value to the marketplace. That's someone who's being successful because, there's a little bit of work. Doesn't mean we're bringing on an employee that you're eventually gonna have to let go. That's irresponsible as a boss and just rude.
Yeah.
I would never even come close to hiring one of them if I thought there was a potential that, in like 6 months I might have to lay them off. Might is always a possibility, but you don't go into that hiring with the uncertainty that they could get laid off. It's more of a, they'll bring value to the business and continue accelerating it so that I can keep them on so they can pay their bills. It's irresponsible as a business owner, as a boss, as an entrepreneur to bring people on in a position where they'll likely get laid off. And that actually pisses me off, I'll be honest.
It pissed me off. That was one of the
But you're considering doing it again, so you.
I have to.
No, you don't. You're open 3-4 hours a day. What do you mean you have to?
Juicing takes a long time.
Where?
Long time. It's like I have to market.
Okay, but you're not gonna make you make basically no profit by yourself. If you're bringing on this other person and it's not driving extra revenue, you're going to be making no profits, of which case your business model is proven as a failure. It's as easy as that. No one's entitled to have a business be successful.
So as a business owner, what is the next step? What can I do?
Work until you cannot work anymore. One, I would not have signed that terrible lease. Once you're out, I would just try to break it if possible. And I would just be, if you have that relationship with the mayor and you're able to be on that street, be in the busiest spots at all times. Save up your money. Don't take out any more debt. Pay off the debt. Save up enough money to be able to get a storefront in an area that actually makes sense if that's what you want to do as a physical location. And then work it until you literally cannot work anymore. And only then... Then and only then can you bring someone on as long as it makes economic sense to the business, or else you're just throwing your dream down the drain for a little extra help.
It was just such a good offer to turn away. $390 a month, a big space. Space that big would have cost me $5,000 commercially.
There's a reason why the rent's that cheap, because you're making nothing from it. It's a shitty location. So don't say that again. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. You're doing a merch launch next month?
I am.
Who's buying your merch?
You'd be surprised. A lot of people enjoy seeing my struggles and seeing how far I've gotten and how I've gotten
will they
here.
Spend money on merch? What's your merch idea?
One of them is Tortilla Smuggler because last winter Well, yeah. What was it? November, December,
no
January,
way.
when I decided to close the business and do Uber to recover. I took on side gigs, and one of them was smuggling tortillas across the Mexican border.
What the
Paid $2,000 after
what?
after
They're
gas
tortillas.
because you need a permit, and the restaurant that I was doing it for didn't have the permit yet, and then they just exhausted their smuggling capacity, so they asked me to smuggle them. So I did that for an entire
Smuggling
month.
tortillas?
Yes, you'd be surprised how there's a market for tortilla smuggling. The best tortillas are in Tijuana. They're handmade. They're vegan. So they were paying me $200 a trip, and then sometimes they would pay me for gas. So I would profit about $200, and I would go 2-3 times a week, and that helped me come out of my that hole a little bit. So I was able to reopen the business again in January.
So you were very much breaking the law.
It's not breaking the law
You were
because they let me
smuggling.
through.
Huh?
Okay, so technically I need a permit, but sometimes they'd be nice about it. They asked me why I had so many. I told them I worked at a record label.
So you lied.
Yes, but they kind of already knew.
What? That doesn't make any sense. Why do you have so many tortillas? Because I have a record label. Oh, well, then you're good.
Mexican regional artists like Tortilla. So I told them I worked for Peso Pluma, which is one of the top artists right now, and that we had events every week and we used the tortillas, and I would pass them through. Sometimes they would believe me, sometimes they wouldn't. Sometimes they would drug search me thinking I had drugs in the tortillas, which was better for me because I knew all I had was the tortillas. And that helped me for about a month, and I started posting videos about things that I would do to get out of my hole, and people started liking them. And I've been keeping up with my whole journey of being a street vendor and smuggling tortillas and being in debt, and my profits for caterings, profits for street vending. And now I have a good little cult following of people who actually are here to see me open that first store.
What's your merch launch strategy?
Merch strategy is, first I started with the debt video, and I told people that this is how I'm going to start paying my debt. Originally, my plan was to use these profits to open or save for a storefront, but then it hit me once I made the debt video that I should probably pay my debt first, and I probably can't open a storefront if I declare bankruptcy. So now I'm geared more towards paying my rent. My debt, and then opening a storefront. So now the merch strategy is to let people know that part one is paying off my debt. So that's my first strategy. If they're supporters and they like my content and want to see me get the storefront, a t-shirt would help fund that dream. And yeah, and people really like the designs. I'm also an artist as a side gig.
Can I see the designs?
Yeah, of course. One of them is Tortilla Smuggler, and the other one is it's Me Vale Madre, which is it's Me Vale Madre, échale ganas, tú puedes, which is in English, I don't give a keep going, you can do it.
So you're relying on them to be able to speak Spanish.
Majority of my customers speak Spanish, like 95% of them. Customers, fans, followers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
It's for my business and for my followers.
Just don't want you to narrow your audience, but if that's where it's... Can I see? Go on.
Yeah, gotcha. And then the third shirt is just a caricature of my business. So me as a caricature.
And you're banking a decent amount.
Yes. So
because it costs money for you to do this.
Yes. So my friend has a printing business, so they're funding the shirts and the prints, and then once I make the sales, I'll be able to pay them. I think $1,500.
You don't do anything without going into debt, do you? You don't wake up in the morning without going into debt to someone. That's the first thing you do when you wake up is, who can I owe money to?
You got to risk it, and if people trust
you don't. Your risk is very confusing. Your risk is stupid. There are risks that people take, and that is good to take. Your risk is just like, I'm going to throw everything away and just hope it works. It's stupid. It's dumb. I want to die.
I'm very fortunate that people actually trust me. They trust me and they see where it's going.
That makes no sense. I don't know how anyone trusts you. You don't pay your taxes.
They know my character. They trust it.
I don't get... whatever you present yourself as is whatever. The proof is in the pudding. You do not pay your bills.
Okay, here's the first design. It's earthy. It's me as a caricature. So my business is called Earthy Press, and that's me. It's very cute, very, very appropriate.
Okay, so hoping on businesses to do this.
And then here is the one that's like the I don't give a one, but in Spanish. It's Me Vale Madre and has a little juice on it. It's cute, right? I'll send you one. I'll send you one.
No, it's cute.
It's
but
cute.
I mean, we personally struggled with that. Text like that. That was our like worst performing merchandise. So just a little nervous.
Yeah, you have merch, right? I like it.
This was
I
very
really like
successful.
it.
But when we had text going up and around something, it was not as successful because it's harder. You don't have that quick instant like, oh, I know what's going on.
And then the last one is the tortilla smuggler. This is more like a male shirt. We had a good amount of male followers that were into this.
Nah, I don't like that one. I like the first one though.
The first one's cute, right? I am confident that they'll sell either from my business
there's
following,
confidence.
my
There's
customers,
our investment strategy,
or my
confidence.
supporters.
So you owe $2,500. There's another debt. Then you you started a GoFundMe. That's kind of gross. I don't like that.
I know. I took it down.
Good.
I took it down.
Good.
Originally, it was
take care of your own.
Yeah, it was meant for the storefront, and so many people were encouraging me to do it. They're like, "What people think? Just do it." Like, we're low-income people, first-gen people. Like, you know, we have to start somewhere. Then I did it, and then I realized how much debt I was in, and I realized I'm not gonna declare bankruptcy anymore. So I probably am not ready for the storefront. So I shut it down. I had only collected, I think, $600. Originally, my plan was to collect $100,000 to open a storefront. So 30 would come from the GoFundMe, 30 would be saved from myself, and then another 30 I was hoping to find randomly.
So when it comes to your overall spending, let's see what we got. Debt repayment, only 4.4%.
Is that for everything?
That's a joke.
Is that everything altogether?
Yeah.
Okay. Including the car?
Yeah. Transportation, 2.1%. That doesn't include the car payment because also you weren't paying on the car anyway, so it doesn't even matter. Like, you know, we only calculate what you actually put towards it. So
yeah.
Necessary food, which you put all on the business card. I don't know how you're planning on doing any kind of deductions or write-offs. Good luck. 12%.
It's a difficult monster to fight. Alright, that's gonna be all for me, all of the stream for today. I appreciate you watching. I'm probably gonna play this again later on. After fighting this damn monster so many times, I gotta find a strategy on how to fight it, but